So you want me to talk to somebody. I couldn't get any squirrel fur off the squirrels that I've been killing. Um... I am probably too tired to keep going. I was gonna caffeinate and keep going, but I don't think so. I'm going to go to bed now. Is that? It's like a instrument or an earring or something, or a second ring, second earring, I guess. Yeah, I think I want to. Fish. I'm gonna go fish all night until it logs me or whatever. Yeah, we'll dump whatever else we can in storage. And I'll go fishing. Okay, full. Clan is not full, which is good. For $5, I could get 16 more. 4, 8, 12, 16. So it's like that much. It's like kind of good. There is water to the south of me. It's a freshwater lake. Can you use worms in this game? I thought I got worms earlier, didn't I? Isn't there worms here somewhere? Those things will sell. Oh, there's that horseshoe. Can I equip that? Mount equipments, right? Can I equip this or whatever? Can I? Oh, costume, feed chamber, equipments, saddle, horseshoe, low quality. This is a medium quality horseshoe. There we go. Better. Yeah, and then a stirrup. Okay, I want a better quality stirrup, I guess. So if I go south, I can go fishing. I've noticed that water features are sort of lacking in this terrain. It's actually mostly land. But it is kind of a smaller bit. Maybe the size of a continent. And there isn't that much water. It's kind of more of a dry land. Ooh, the lake is beautiful. You have exited the safe zone. There's stuff, like the frame rate is better now, I guess, but it's like the graphics are good, but I don't know if I should pump them because it's like it affects the game's frames so badly. But in moments like this when I'm like coming up to the lake for the first time, it's really nice to have the graphics on ultra. You know? Wait, did he aggro me? He did. Apparently, some of these animals do aggro, but the mobs don't for some reason. Yeah, okay, these crocodiles aggro. And there is aggro in this game, but these are the first mobs that I've found that aggro. They look kind of nasty. He looks like he doesn't really want to stop. It's... I don't know. Oh, yeah, he leashed. So, these kind of seem like AFK guards. They remind me of old mobs from Final Fantasy 11 that are designed called Goblin Bounty Hunters that are just designed to run the fucking the coasts of the water. And if you're AFK, they are fishing for like 8 hours. They aggro you and they kill you slowly. They cost you like sometimes hours of loss of XP and stuff like that. Even if you're a bot, it can be kind of bad. And and that seems like what they're doing here. They just wanted to add crocodiles so we could skin them. But I'm also worried that I can't seem to get a patch of open water here. Oh, yeah, and I don't think I see any other spawns. There's a frog, but no pop alligators this direction, so this appears to be a safe place. I don't care if I die, honestly. The water looks sort of interesting, like those white effects. It looks a little bit interesting, but the frames are better than I've ever seen a Unity game be. This is, I mean, I guess Rust does kind of have this sort of frames, but not really like this good, though. I can take water, I can fish, or I can auto fish. About that stupid horseshoe with me. I've only got 13 out of 111 pounds. We're here to, well, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to shut off the sound of this game down to like 0 completely. Yeah, and then we auto fish while we're AFK. And we let this run. Okay, that's all well and good. This thing has saved. I am done with Final Fantasy for the night, but I will buy if there's anything to buy. Someone's competing with me on silver. Somebody got a clue, which is annoying, I must admit. Okay, I'm going to log this game. This game is saved. You know, I want to leave this game on, but I want to mute it. Settings, sound. These games are playing themselves while I sleep, and that is an upgrade, definitely. So, yep. And we'll let this game play while we're sleeping. I want to add another ship to my repertoire here, so that I may mine further. I don't have a ship sitting here, do I? No. So we're going to buy ships. A medium, drill, high preset, add to shopping list, confirm order. And we put another ice mining ship on the docket, and we mine this all night while or all day while I sleep. When I get up today, I will do a random server for Medieval Rust, and I will stream once I've established a base, but I'm going to start with the recording, and it may take like an hour or two, but we'll get established first so that I don't get any interference beyond, like, you know, door camps or whatever. I don't want to lose like a whole base of mats to some stream snipe today. It's not really in my fucking vibe. So I'm just going to warn the stream sniper firsthand that I'm going to do my work in a way where they can't track it. And, yep. And so, you know, and hopefully maybe at least I'll be able to enjoy the experience for a couple of hours or whatever it is. It's a monumental day, but I'm just not rested for it. I didn't know how good or how hard this game was going to grip me today. But it did. It gripped me by the fucking, like, with its claws. It, like, gripped me with its claws, and now I really love this game. Look at this beautiful panorama. You can, like, move the camera around freely. I have, like, a pet. There's like a frog over there, and I'm auto fishing like BDO, which is really good. I just got something, but I don't know what it is. It's a Poor Luck Essence, which is really good, I think, for fishing. I think that's actually really good. I don't know what the crafting is for. I suppose you can probably really make a serious eye level upgrades, but I don't really see what I don't really just like New World. I don't really see what the crafting is for. It's sort of dumb. They have this issue with the modern games where they're not implementing the items from an implementality level, where like a lot of them get used in a way that makes you feel like you got a benefit. Like one of the things that Rust really did pretty well is if the item is in the game, there's some point where every item in the game is really, really, really useful for you. Like for spelunking caves, you can drop a flare down the bucket and see if there's somebody in the bucket without like actually having to shine a light and poke your head around the hole. So even the flare has a use in the game. It's for dropping down things that you don't want to peek, like elevators, so you can light up to see if somebody's hiding in the dark down there. And it's actually really fucking good for certain situations. And so every item in Rust, no matter how worthless it is, even boogie boards can sometimes have a really fucking good use for a particular situation. Fins for when you want to swim, eye mask for scuba mask for when you want to swim, air tank for when you want to swim. There's an item for every implementality, which is really good, and they all feel really fucking good. And now a bunch of the items feel like complete crap, and you just recycle them, but they do fit a purpose for each and every item, and these games sort of suffer from that. Like most of New World's items, I would say, are ironically pretty fucking worthless. There's like the eye level that you get from stacking the gear as high as you can to 725. That's what matters. So the armor is not worthless and the crafting is not worthless, but I mean, like, you get all of that from the MSQ, and then you can just step to the auction house with this money that you get from doing the farming and stuff, and just buy to your top eye level that you can buy to, and then you just go and run like dungeons or whatever it is that you do for eye level. Like for me, it's like gypsum orbs or whatever, or chess. And while all of that item implementality felt good, and you could sell mass stuff on the auction house and get really good money and all that stuff, and it felt good how much items were in the game. The economy felt right. The economy felt really good in New World. But what it didn't feel right is that the items don't feel like they have that much implementality, especially if you're just going on the auction house, scanning by eye level of 695 to 710 or whatever it is, or 700. You're just buying the top item that you can get for like 2,000 a piece and just dumping like 14 grand into a set. And you don't really think about it, and it takes you 10 seconds. And that definitely reduces the fun in the game, because none of the loot really feels like it really means anything when you pull it. It all just feels like it's kind of gathering in bushels in your pocket that you can eventually sell on the market. And it at least feels like it has value, which keeps the economy alive. But it doesn't feel good when you get an item in any of these games anymore. It used to feel really, really genuinely fucking good in World of Warcraft when you get a fucking item. It definitely did. It still feels good, especially in Classic. If you go from like a green set to a blue set, if you go from like just green rogue to blue rogue, or anything melee at all, warrior, you go from green to blue, at whatever level you're at, that's a serious like 27% upgrade to your damage or something, and that's something WoW got correct. These games don't really do that so well. They like this item implementation. There's a lot of items, and I value them, yeah. But I don't think, like, it doesn't feel like it can lead to a snowball of some sort in either PvE or PvP. Like, one of the things I think is kind of interesting about Minecraft is eventually the further you get, the more likely you are to be able to use items that sort of one shot huge packs of mobs, like dynamite and stuff like that. And so the item implementality in even Minecraft is superior. A game from 20 years ago is like superior to these modern MMOs that just came out like a week ago, because the items don't actually help you in any real way. They're like, oh, the crafting system's so good. But what they're talking about is wasting time. What they're really talking about when they say that, like the guy mentioned on the video for this game, Quimfall, he was like, uh like what what I lost my train of thought, but he like I forgot what he mentioned, but oh, I'm getting too tired to think. I think I better get off. um uh I'm sorry, I got brain damage. It's so easy to lose the thread, and then I just lost it. I have no idea what the fuck I was talking about. It's completely gone. It's unfortunate. I don't even remember what the subject matter was. I like watching it autofish. I think it's actually a very beautiful game, and it's in a weird respect because it's not really afraid of being naturalist. It's too big for some reason. Because I think they were actually really scared. They had this game suffers from fear of success, which I've never seen before. I'm gonna dub this FOSS. This game is FOSS. It experienced I think it experienced fear of success because like they made this huge world because I think they were kind of scared that maybe like a million people might come in here. If you just think about how many sheer bases that is in this huge world, you're gonna realize why they made it so big. But if it just ends up being a 30,000 pop survival game like all the other 30,000 pop survival games, that's not that. This huge amount of land is really attractive. Kind of like what it reminds me of is that game Worm Online. This game is a lot like Worm. It takes a lot of hints from Worm. I wonder if they were intending to put. I've heard that Rust, or sorry, not Rust, but I've heard that Unity actually does do the best terraforming. Like the best old terraforming games were actually Unity. I think it was Red Faction is a Unity game. That's a really good terraforming game. And there's been other ones too. And like Battlefield, Dice did really good terrain destruction with Battlefield, and so did Worm in a way. Worm did do really good terrain. Like you can dig into a fucking mountain in Worm, and you can be a mountain king if you want, kind of like Dwarf Fortress if you want, and you can dig too deep, kind of thing, and encounter mobs. I think it's kind of insane, but this game's got that. It's got that feeling of like like they thought that maybe a million people might come eventually, so they're not really making this huge amount of space for people right now. They left it open for when they immediately, or say when they eventually, like sort of just turn the game into something really amazing, and people are just sort of religiously do play it. I think they're scared of it capping out at like 100,000, and they don't want that. They want like a million players so they can have a successful company, and so they made it so it could cater to like a million players. I don't know if their servers can handle that. I don't think their servers can handle that, especially not if they get DDoS the first week and get shut down with less than like 300,000 people or something like that. I'm sure Quinfall had a big launch day, but I don't think it lasted longer than a day because they had server and netcode issues and stuff. But this game, they don't know if they're gonna make it, but they still fucking swang for the fucking stars, like Elon or one of them. They added as many features as they could solidly like pretty much guarantee that they could actually and put live in the game, and they made this massive fucking world that's unnecessarily fucking massive. Like I've been playing the game now for I think like 20 hours or something like that, and I've only been from here to here. And then when you zoom out the map, you realize that that like 20 hours took me from here to here. Another 20 hours will take me like from here to here. Another 20 hours will take me from here to here. Another 20 hours will take me from like here to here. Another 20 hours will take me like from here to here. Another 20 hours will take me from here to here. It looks like a 500-hour game if the quest is that long, but I don't think the quest is probably that long. I think they probably set you out in the world somewhere here, and they start having you do like world bosses and stuff. But I don't really know what the design is. I don't know if I want to hazard a guess as to what it is. The game's beautiful and it's got flaws, but it's not a bad third party game as far as third party goes. It didn't catch on like Among Us or whatever, but in terms of like actual reality of a game, it's got a more solid system with more like outside the box thinking than I would think a Unity, like, foreign third party game would have, such as adopting systems that are almost brave in the respect of how derivative they are. But we know what the best systems are from these games. Like you can see it. Like the trees are all farmable, like New World. The fishing is like BDO because BDO had the best fishing because you don't have to pay attention, like old school RuneScape. There's like ships like Arcage. They did not cut corners. There is full blown aquatic warfare in this game with even cannons and stuff like that. The aquatic warfare is there like Arcage. We've not seen that for 17 years. We've not seen aquatic warfare short of EVE Online. I don't think there's not in any real game. There's stuff like Arc Rage, the private server, but I don't think there's been like real aquatic warfare in a game in a long time. And I saw today the reality of what it might be like to get sunk in that boat because I took a cue and I was like, wait, somebody can just sink my boat right now, uncontended, and then what? Do I have to buy a new boat, make a new boat? Probably really expensive. So and I began to understand that these systems that Arcade used to promise, like full gardening, full sailing, and all that stuff, all that hype and hyperbole that they made, all that hyperbole that they made about Arcade. There's a pair of blue worn out shoes from fishing, and it's a material, but there's an epistogramma, medium quality fish, nice. This isn't filling up fast, so yeah, I'm wondering if I can just vendor all this tomorrow morning. I can just vendor all the fish and all the crap that I get, because why not? And just keep the blue and the purple, well, keep the purple and the yellow stuff, and just vendor all whites and blues and greens, and see if I can't pull, like, another 100,000 gold or something like that. I don't think I probably can, but if it goes for 10 hours, it might actually fucking. Now it stopped because I think I opened the thing or what. I mean, I don't know. Does opening menu stop this or no? I must have clicked something and caused it to want to stop fishing. But yeah. I don't think it's that easy to stop. You actually have to hit the escape, and I think I probably hit it by mistake. Being mean. I need to stop being mean. Being mean to everybody. I'm being mean to the people who are throwing the immigrants in jail. I'm being mean to the immigrants because it's just stupid. It's like they did come here and cause this a little bit. Fucking annoying.
Appreciate it. I'm diving back in to work my way up to 500 hours.
I think the country's reaction was far worse than them coming here. If that helps any. But they did push the issue a little bit.
Folks, have a good one.
Yeah, this guy's good. I wonder what else he's done. I liked his style, so let's see what other games he covered. Maybe I can find a game out of him. Let's go see. What else does Sir Medieval do? He's got a 50,000 like thing. He spoke about Lord of the Rings MMO 4 months ago. And the New World's open beta and the Embracer Group thing. Capture the Flag PvP and the Quimfall MMO. Quimfall MMO Titan Seal. 5 ways to make gold in the Quimfall MMORPG. That one might be good to watch. Quimfall RPG MMORPG. He's getting like maybe 2,000 views out of these, which is pretty fucking good actually. The Quimfall MMO Dungeon Run. Grimpoint G9 on very hard difficulty. He's got a crew that's carrying him. Breaking down the Quinfall MMO server situation from 7 days ago. The Quinfall Cash Shop. MMO quick on taming and capturing. Late night PvP in the Quinfall MMO. Don't stagger your main quests like I did. Quinfall MMO RPG is coming from 13 days ago. New World Ultimate PvX Weapon Guide. He's got New World in this list. The Undying Light Paladin Tank Build Guide for New World. Ultimate Life Skills Guide. All Gathering, Cutting Jaws, Everything to Know for New World. That's New World. It looks like... Oh yeah, that is New World, yeah. That's from 2021, from 3 years ago. Life Skills. That's what they call those. Life Skills. I didn't know that. Conqueror's Blade, Episode 1, War Boys. I've never heard that term. That's like a new gamer term that I've never ever heard before. Life Skills. I've never heard of that before. I've heard of it in like real life, but I've never heard it in terms of the gaming scene. These guys seem to are MMO players using some new phraseology I've never heard before, like life skills, which is kind of weird, but it sounds like a Minecraft term or something. It's sort of weird. So he did the early access. Oh yeah, he's doing like past live streams and stuff with like 300 views and shit. Wow. It's weird because I go up, I guess I don't do the same advertisement as them, and I don't do this weird shit, and I don't do all this like advertisement and stuff. And I get it, but I mean, like, I don't know. I think they're wasting their time, honestly. He did Bellwright, Pantheon, Core Punk, Medieval Journey, Mountain Blade 2, Bannerlord, Amazon's New World MMO, New Information, Core Punk. So yeah, he did enough of this where he did get enough fucking follows that he's probably making a living off of it. And I don't know, but he does like actually talk. He did shorts for Quinfall and Bellwright, two-handed weapons for life and Bellwright, Zerg, Bellwright, Villager 2.0 update, and this is from, how old is this one?
This is where we're going to get a lot of casualties. But so help me, I'm going to get some hits on these motherfuckers. Ah.
I did not like the combat in this game.
Oh. Move, you bastard.
It's so basic and shitty. It really was a turnoff. It had directional combat, but it didn't use it in any real way or form. You just get swarmed. Yeah, what's the point of directional combat in a game where it's entirely blob-based? I don't know. I really understand that. You don't have time to ever fight a 1v1 target. You just have 6 dudes on you at any given time, or your army's dying, one or the other. It is not balanced like what's it called? Mountain Blade, where you can still get a 1v1 most of the time. I liked Bellwright, but I think it had a lot of wasted potential.
Time to go then.
The graphics were good, but I mean, and this does look empty, like epic, and it does look cool. They're having like a cool bridge fight, like Mountain Blade, but the combat wasn't good like Mountain Blade. Even it was like this game was not good. The combat was so weak. Anyways, I don't know why I got off on that. I'm just like auto fishing and stuff. I'm tired. I've been at this for a long time. It's been 16 hours and 31 minutes. The Rust server will go live in 3 hours, but I'm tired. I think I should sleep before I do that. I don't think I made it to that. I'm going to do a video thing tonight before I even go live on stream. And I will cover the medieval Rust launch, but I'm exhausted. I don't think I should do this when I'm like exhausted. Now what is this? Now what's this say? Oh, I got resume. Oh, the resume got interrupted somehow. Are you serious? Yeah, you got interrupted somehow. How did you get interrupted? I did not get disconnected. What? Come on, man. Now I gotta like look for yesterday's shit. You're so annoying. Fucking YouTube is so incompetent. Come on, man. All these software developers are so incompetent. They're like the Republican Party. If they get caught, the world's gonna end. If all these software developers get caught being this goddamn bad at this, the world's gonna end. It's like not too good. Like, if the world figures out how fucking incompetent the Republicans actually are and how much damage they're doing, the world might end. It's not so good. It's the same thing with the software developers. It feels like Y2K. If they do something stupid like the Y2K problem, what's going to happen to us? Software developers are really bad now. The Binding of Isaac Rebirth had 30,000 players today. I mean, isn't this like a crappy side scroller? How is there 30,000 people playing Binding of Isaac? That seems so weird. The game's from, like, I don't know, 17 years ago. Did they just sell it cheap or something? No. Why is there 30,000 people playing Binding of Isaac? It seems so weird. No, it's the same old $15 that it's always been. Why are they replaying Binding of Isaac? Like, how old is this? Yeah, this is from like 15 years ago. Why are 30,000 people playing this game? That does not fucking make sense. The bundle is cheap, but I mean, like, yeah, like the bundle is cheap. It's a little bit of a cheaper bundle right now. Yeah, I see it. But why 30,000 people on this game? They must like this game that much. I loved this game, but I don't think it was better than a single. It wasn't a single sitting game, but it was definitely like not a game that you would play again 15 years later. Like, what the hell? What's going on? Why are they playing? I mean, I know they were playing Monster Hunter World because the new one's coming, so that makes sense. But 42,000 people playing a single player game like Cyberpunk from 20. When was that game released? Was it 2018? It's been 7 years now. Why are people playing these old crappy games from 7 years ago? It's because they're not making anything good anymore. They're playing like Street Fighter 6 and stuff. So why are you still playing Street Fighter in 2025? That doesn't really make sense. It does. I mean, it's got good recognition. Why is there still 60,000 players on Destiny 2? That game's so fucking bad in 2025. Helldivers 2 makes sense, but I mean, shouldn't these Destiny players be on Helldivers 2? Isn't that a far, far superior game in every single fucking way or whatever? Why is there this many people on Delta Force? Because it's just new. And it's got a mixed review on top of it, but because it's newer and it just went free to play, there's like all these people being like, extraction shooter, ooh, milsim extraction shooter, we can treat each other like shit on this PvP game. And it's like, kernel level files remain after uninstallation despite assurances from Tencent, a Chinese state affiliated entity, that the issue of leftover kernel level files have been fixed. This problem still exists. After uninstalling the game, I found that it continued to leave behind at least one kernel level file on my system. Tencent previously claimed that this was a bug, yet here we are, still facing the same issue. For those who have already uninstalled the game, follow these steps. Credit to blah blah to ensure the full removal of the leftover files. So they're actually really full-blown scared that the easy anti-cheat might actually be a fucking Bitcoin farm or something like this. That's the implication. They can't say this without getting sued by Tencent, so they don't say it. But that's the implication. They're like, there are kernel level files. I don't know if you know what kernel files are, but they're like the OS's like skeletal bones. They make the actual fucking shit run. If you have something working at the kernel level, it's like they got in. It gets in at the system startup, and it launches a file that just runs all the time, and you don't know what that fucking thing's doing. It could be farming Bitcoin. It could be spying on you. It could be spying on America. You don't really know. And this makes people really, really fucking nervous about Tencent. This is one of the reasons why I like NetEase more, is I really don't detect that NetEase is like actually running backwards. Antifa Super Soldier, hells yeah. So I played 300 hours, and honestly, just another game that has potential but will most likely burn out. Game's really fun. It has a Battlefield type game mode that gets a little repetitive, but combat and gunplay is fun. The best part is the extraction mode, which is a lot of fun, but if you really want to play and get into it and rank up, you'll be sad to find that cheaters are abundant, and that's all I need to hear. Yeah, the cheaters are ruining. It's like all the cheaters of the world have, like, all the dirty rotten liar scoundrel cheaters of the fucking world have reared their ugly fucking head, and they're just like destroying all the games. both the developers and the players. It's fucking insane. We've got grifters who have like stolen Nintendo properties and turned them into entire survival games with 100,000 population and stuff. We have free to play games stepping with terrible, terrible hacker cultures. We have people hacking Apex Legend tourneys live. We have like 113,000 Rust players, and I would estimate that something like 36,000 of them are cheaters or something like this. It's fucking insane. That's my own personal estimate. Don't take it for reality. That's just what my guess is. It's something like 1/3 of those players are absolutely turning they're like turning their lights up. They're doing shitty shit like me, like putting crosshairs on their screen. They when the game doesn't want you to have one. They're doing stuff like, and I know because I do it, but I do it in an honest way, which is putting a fucking like a Sharpie mark on your television screen. They use outside programs, which is against the terms of service. They don't ban you for it, but it is against the terms of service. It's just more cheating that they don't get you for. Lately, they started banning people for doing reshades, which is changing the light level through your NVIDIA card and all this stuff. And lately, they've been fucking people for messing with recoil. But honestly, if you think of recoil as a mouse system of you holding down left click on a mouse and letting ticks go out to an internet server that's a live service, and considering where the bullets land on the wall or on the player or wherever it is that you're firing, and mastering that system is just being good at video games. But the Face Punch full blown went and slapped the hands of the people who tried to mess with scripting and auto hotkeys and bots and stuff like that to do their recoil management. And so now there's not only just cheaters like hackers that are running around with aimbot and fucking ESP and all this. And I don't know if you know what ESP is, but it's like it's the files. They're essentially mods. They're like mods that you add to your experience on the client side that change the experience on the server, but the people on the server can't see what you're doing necessarily. And so what the most common ESP is what's called wall hack, which is when they look through the wall. And so when I say aimbot and ESP, I mean wall hack and aimbot. The same old cheats that you see on every live service shooter and all this. But the problem is it doesn't just end there. They're cheating sort of in other manners too. Even sometimes the developer encourages them to. Like there's pay to win stuff in the store, like being immune to cold. There's there's ways to turn the light up so you can see in the dark against your enemies, and that was used really badly for years and years to shut down people who wanted fair fights, and so they left the game. There's the average cheats that you see on every shooter, but then there's all this other shit too. Like they can put dots on their screen, or they can download crosshair files. So one of the top 50 games right now is actually a Crosshair X. And you wonder, why is Crosshair X a top 25 game of all time? It's because of all the people who want to cheat. They're cheating. They're using ESP to do wall hacks and stuff like that. They're removing stuff off of their screen to get rid of clutter. And the crosshair keeps it more simple. And they remove the UI with their fucking cheater bot programs and stuff. And when they remove the UI from the cheater ass fucking game cheat program engine, like they use Crosshair X to replace the cursor that they lost when they turned the aimbot on. And you can see that 60,000 people in the top million or something like that are full-blown either like getting around the rules and using clever use of game mechanics to get around crosshair rules for stuff like Rust, CSGO, or Apex, or Valorant. They're like, or I don't even know if Valorant's still even in this list anymore. I think Valorant has died off of this list too. Another really fucked up thing that I'm seeing about this list is Valorant is not here. Where the fuck is Valorant? Valorant has always been like a top 20 game for like 5 years, and it's completely the fuck gone. They must have mismanaged fucking Valorant. Either that or everybody just went to their launcher, which might be the case, because I think Valorant is a good game, and it is done by the company who does League of Legends, I believe, or it's the Smite company, one or the other. Is it Smite? I can't remember who the Valorant people are, but I believe they're the people who do Smite and League of Legends, I think, actually, or whatever. I'm not sure. I get them all mixed up, and if I'm wrong, I'm sorry. I'm not a scientist. Don't quote me, but Governor of Poker 3, I guess because it's free. Yeah, Belatro's still doing really good, but it's already dropped down. It didn't retain the interest. Something about it. People did realize how addictive it was, and they're not using as much like cookie clickers they were. I look at all this and I can talk about every game. I own most of these games. I own, let's see, I own like most of these games. If we go through the list, I own most of these games. I own, well, this one's free, 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 free. I don't own this one. I own that one. That one's free. 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 I own this one. That one's free. I don't I don't own that one. That one's free. This one I own it on PlayStation. I own Stardew Valley on Steam. I bought Helldivers 2 and returned it. I've never bought a FIFA game ever in my life, and I never will because of their loot box fiascos and how badly they've enslaved kids. I own Siege. I bought Siege, and I have like 8 hours in it or something like that. I don't like Siege. I've never played Yu-Gi-Oh! In anywhere form. I don't know Football Manager. I've never played in anywhere form. Crosshair X I have messed with on other people's like computers, but I've never done it on mine. Warframe, I have never played. I own Baldur's Gate 3 and I have like 140 hours in it or something like that. I don't own Call of Duty and I have never bought a Call of Duty game. I've never bought a Civ game. I've never played Hearts of Iron. I don't like these types of games. I own Elden Ring and I have like 200 hours in it or 300 hours, something like that. I've never played Crab Game. I've played DayZ, but I've never bought it because I don't think it's that good of a game because it's on the Arma engine. And sure, that combat's fast paced, but it's not good combat. It's janky. I don't like Destiny 2. I've owned it, played it, spent money on it. I don't like it. Monster Hunter World, I played it, own it on the PS4 and couldn't stand to play it on a controller, and I don't think PC would be much better. I don't like fighting BAMs. I bought Cyberpunk I think 4 times and returned it all 4 times. This on 2 different systems. I don't like The Sims. I've never done VR chat because I've never owned a VR helmet. I've never done Euro Truck Simulator, but I don't like the idea of a truck simulator because I think it makes you upshift and downshift all the time, and I think shifting is boring. Even though it is a fun mechanic, it's good for some games. I think for trucks, I think it's fucking boring. It's just busy work. Team Fortress 2, I bought it, played it, owned it, don't like it. Limbus Company, I haven't played it ever. Black Myth Wukong, haven't played it ever. Street Fighter 6, I played it. I haven't played 6 itself, but I played all the way up to 5 and everything in between, and I know everything there is to know about Street Fighter, essentially. All the combos, all the players, everything. I might as well have played 6. It's probably a completely new game, so it would take me a little while to pick it up, probably about 4 hours, but I mean, I have played this game, and I don't think I'll ever play it again. I don't like Dead by Daylight. I own it, and I have like 4 hours on it, but I don't like that game. I think I returned it actually. I think I returned this game actually. I returned it. T Mod Loader I've never used. That's the Terraria mod game thing. I don't care about that. I don't like Terraria. I don't like side scrollers anymore because I grew up on them and I consider them going back to the 90s. And retro gaming is one thing. Going back to the 90s is cool, but I don't like fucking side scrollers. I don't think they're technically very good anymore. I don't think Terraria is good. My best friend slaughtered the hell out of Terraria and completionist it, but I don't think it's a good game. I don't think not for me. Excuse me. That game's really good. It's a top 20 game. I love that game. I have a high opinion of it, but I don't. And I played it many times in co-op sessions and stuff. But I still don't think it's that good as a side scroller. I played side scrollers that were more compelling than that. Even Ori and the Blind Forest I thought was a better side scroller than like that game. So that's just me. Don't Starve Together, I played it before, I've owned it, I've torrented it. I don't like the game because it's a fucking isometric. I can't stand isometric in fucking 2025. I love NBA 2K25, and I have bought about 10 NBA 2K games in my life. I like NBA 2K. I won't lie. Play a lot more of it than I care to admit. Binding of Isaac Rebirth is a really good game. I have about 8 hours on the PlayStation 4. I own it on the PlayStation 4. It is a good game, but it was kind of a sickening game to me because I'm not too into body horror. This is a very, very body horror with a lot of the game with a lot of fucking terrible body horror, disgusting sort of what's the word what's that guy who made the Fly movie? Cronenberg. It's like a Cronenberg video game. And the last time that I played Binding of Isaac Rebirth, I believe I actually did vomit. I was fairly drunk on White Russians, and I think the last time that I played Binding of Isaac Rebirth, it was so body horror disgusting to me, some of the stuff that you were seeing, that I believe I puked in the sink. I actually went to the bathroom and puked in the sink because I had too much vodka. And Isaac Rebirth was mostly just body horror of like you eating weird like body limbs and stuff like this. It was actually kind of a gross game to me, and I did not like this game, honestly. Project Zomboid I've returned twice. I've torrented twice. I've tried and tried and tried with that fucking isometric shit, and I just can't do it. I'd rather play Vane. I think Vane is a much better game. I don't like Ark Survival Evolved. I played with the crew one time from the town that I live in now. They work the game store. I know the game store crew here, and they had me come play Ark Survival Evolved with them at a LAN cafe like 6 years ago or something like that. And I don't like Ark Survival Evolved. I just couldn't get into it. They were very disappointed because they were like, "You know what you're talking about. You belong on Ark. You should be in our clan and all this shit." I was like, "Yeah, I've slaughtered every MMO. I could slaughter Ark too." But the problem is I have a Rust addiction, and I know Ark's inferior to it. And when I didn't say that back then, I didn't know that back then, but I know it now. I know that Rust is superior to Ark in every single fucking way, except for dinosaurs. It's the only thing the Ark has that isn't as good. That Rust doesn't do 100 times better, and that's true of most of these survival games. Rust does most of the survival stuff better. Terraria is a good game, but it should be in the top 20, and it's not because it's carrying a lot of people still, which is insane. Skyrim I've beat many times, or not beat, but I've gone to the end like a bunch of times. Once Human, I love Once Human. I have like 200 hours in it now or something or no, is it more than that? I think it's like more now. I don't even know. I don't want to look. I love Valheim. I've got like 80 hours in it or something, but it wasn't good enough. It wasn't as good as Rust. No Man's Sky is good. It's not as good as Rust. 7 Days is good. It's not as good as Rust. Once Human's good. It's not as good as Rust. It's fucking stupid, but it's just not. Battlefield 1, I bought this game before. That's a good deal for Battlefield 1. $2 for Battlefield 1 is a really good game. But remember, I said it's a good game. It's a good deal. This is actually a really super fucking good game. It's got a good campaign to it. I wouldn't mind beating it. I would like to do the Battlefield campaign, especially for $2. But again, you have to deal with the EA Dice Store and fuck the EA Dice Store. Fuck the EA Dice Store. They're worthless. Fuck the EA Dice Store. I don't want to deal with the login. I don't want to fucking download that launcher. I don't want to do the extra sign in. I don't want to do the 2FA. I'm not doing 17 steps just to get my $2 worth. I'm not doing it. EA and Dice, they lost their way. It's very hard for me to want to patronize their company anymore. Just another example of a wasted, triple anus, fucking worthless ass piece of shit company. I love Dice. I really believe in them a lot, but I mean, they were a waste of a company in the end. Fucking dumb. Even Bad Company 2 remakes would have been better than this shit that they did with the EA store and all their problems and everything. It would have been fine. Bad Company remakes would have been better than what they did. Left 4 Dead 2. I don't like Battlefield 3. I didn't like 3. I thought it was too much of a departure. I didn't like 4, but I thought it was better than 3. I thought it had much better frame rate and much better gunplay. I didn't like 5 as much as 4. I didn't play 6, but I don't know. And I haven't played Battlefield 1 yet, but I want to. And I haven't played 5 I played 5, but I haven't like beaten it or done the campaign. And I haven't played 6. Is there a 6? I think they went to Battlefield 1 for 6 and also Hardline. I own Hardline, but I never did play it because it was 120 gig download on the PlayStation 4. I just didn't want to wait there for 8 hours to play Battlefield Hardline, so I didn't. But I own it on. Well, I don't own it anymore. Cloud Candy owns it now. Cloud Candy has my PlayStation account, which is good. Left 4 Dead 2, I own it. I have many hours in it, but only on the 360, not on the PC. I own it through the Orange Box, but I never ever did play this game on PC. I don't think I even have an hour on it. I have it on. I do have Completionist. I think actually I do have Completionist for Left 4 Dead 2. It was one game on the 360. I think I did Completionist actually. And I did Completionist. No, I did not Completionist Half-Life 2, but I did. I got close. I didn't do the Gnome achievement, but I did all of the Orange Box mostly. And Left 4 Dead 2 and all of the Half-Life 2 DLCs and expansions and all this stuff. I have a completionist run on most of Left 4 Dead and most of Left 4 Dead and most of Left 4 Dead and most of Half-Life on the 360, as well as the there's no achievements on the PlayStation 2, but I played a lot of Half-Life 2 Decay on the PlayStation 2, a lot of it, more than I ever should have. It was our favorite game on the PlayStation 2, Half-Life Decay. It was the only good shooter on the PlayStation 2 is why. Dynasty Warriors Origins. Yeah, no, Metal Gear Solid 2 was also a really good shooter, and so was 3. There was a couple of really good shooters on the PlayStation 2, like Medal of Honor. There was a few good shooters on PlayStation 2, but the only one worth a damn was Half-Life 2. It was the only one fun to play on a single-player level. Kingdom Come Deliverance, I own it. I played it. I've torrented. I put about 8 hours in it. I don't think it's a good game. I'm sorry, but I just don't. I think it's a good game if you look at it from a lore master perspective and a fucking like what they managed to do with their money perspective. But in terms of actual fun, it is a little bit too sim. It's a little bit too sim. It doesn't have that free 4X sim feeling to it. It has a sim feeling of you're stuck in this town. You don't really like the content in the town. You'll have to walk for 25 minutes to get to some other town or ride a horse. You might get rams, or whatever they call it. You might get ambushed on the way to the other town, and that's just a little bit too simmy for a single player game. I struggle with Kingdom Come's vision. And I've become aware of this with the sequel. It was very easy for me to skip Kingdom Come sequel. I don't normally skip this kind of caliber single player RPG sequel and kind of stuff. I didn't do it for Baldur's Gate 3. But I knew that this isn't my game. It's weird because it's right up my alley. It's sim, and it's like kind of 4X, and it's a little bit. It's not kind of 4X. It's not really 4X. It's a little bit closer to it, but it's not 4X really. It's more just sort of sim. And while sim is up my alley, and I did like a bunch of sim games lately, I don't think it's Kingdom Come. I think if I'm gonna play like fucking medieval Sims, it'll be Rust Medieval or like Mortal or one of those. I don't think it's Kingdom Come Deliverance. I think I'm looking for medieval Sims on a live service level, and they don't make them good, as opposed to these single players that I can't get into because they're finite. So these live service games are finite too, but they take a lot fucking longer, and the replay is a lot usually better. So that's how I feel about like I'm doing like the whole 100 lists, but I know I have experience with almost all of these games on this list. You can see it. I've never done Farming Simulator, but I don't like the simulator series of games. I've never bought Gary's Mod because I play Rust. I love Bannerlord, and I don't get to play it enough, and it doesn't surprise me that it's $50 and still pulling 25,000. But it's also still a single player game. It's not really that live service. I think it is, but it's also not. You can do kind of RTS games on Bannerlord, I believe. There's nothing really stopping you, but you have to find people willing to do that. You can't really get like a Civ 2 or a Caesar 3 or a Civ 5 game really out of Mountain Blade 2 Bannerlord. Really, I don't think you can really get that because the audience is there, but they're all involved in the MMO version of this, the sandbox mod. And they're like, and they're doing the single player all the way through repeatedly because they can't find another medieval sim that's as good as this. Even Mortal, I don't think really competes with this game, which is fucking stupid. Witcher 3 Wild Hunt, I bought it twice, returned it twice. I don't like this game. Overwatch 2, I have something like 8,000 hours, and I'm not kidding. I have like 8,000 hours on Overwatch, and I'm not proud of that. Lost Ark, I have 8 hours, and it was more than I should have put into it. It was a bad game. Blotcho, I've only played for like 2 minutes. I don't know. Monster Hunter Wilds, I don't like BAM games. I don't like fighting bosses all the time because I played too many Souls-like games on a real like competitive online level on the 360 and the PlayStation, and I just don't really want to do. If I were to do a game like Monster Hunter, I would do BAMs and ECRs on New World. I would never do Monster Hunter Wilds. The combat in Monster Hunter Wilds and the farming and the game and the backgrounds and the graphics and even the music, maybe not totally the music, but even the music might be better in New World. So I struggle with the Monster Hunters series. I always thought it was for single player kids who didn't play live service. I don't think this is for the MMO lifestyle. It's unfortunate. And no, I will not be buying Monster Hunter Wilds. Not at all. No. Nope. I don't like Total War Warhammer 3, and I did buy this at one point and returned it. It was not my fucking cup of RTST. It might be closer now because I'm a little bit more into Sim than I used to be over the years, but I still don't think Warhammer 3 is my game. I still think it's an amazing game. I think it's like definitely a top 50 game. I don't think it should be down in the 70. I think it's top 50. 7 Rebirth is a bad game. You couldn't say anything to change my opinion of that. Governor of Poker 3, I don't know. It's free, though, which makes it a good game by rote. BMG Drive, I don't know. I've never played it. I don't know what it is. It's a race game. No, that's not usually my wheelhouse. I've definitely played Battlefield 5 on the PlayStation 4. If I didn't have to deal with their store, I would absolutely buy this. I think it's a good game. OBS Studio is on Steam now. I didn't know that. Maybe it's probably a better version because it's maybe more covered and updated, but I don't really know. Diablo 4 is a bad game, but I think the world loves it for some reason. Factorio is a good game, and it doesn't get enough players. I've never played it, and I don't care to. I don't like this sort of sim, or whatever you call it, RTS, or whatever you call this, factory games. I don't like factory sims. I love Forza Horizon 5. I played it for about 5 or 10 hours or something, mostly drunk. I think this is an amazing racer. I think it's the greatest racer ever made. I think it is, I mean, sorry, it's the best current racer on the market, but it is sort of an arcadey game that I didn't really like the execution of, but I still think I think of it as one of the two best racing games released in the last 10 years, which was Forza Horizon 5 and Hot Wheels. And I have played Forza Horizon 5 on the Xbox Ultimate Game Pass on stream, and I definitely have played fucking Hot Wheels on stream when Skill Up pitched it last year, and I thought it was an amazing game. I like Enshrouded. It's not good enough, but it's close. Enshrouded's a good game. I own it. I have some hours on it, like 30 hours, something like that. I don't think it's good enough. It's not even as good as I think Nightingale is, but I think it is a good game. And they definitely did double the content to it recently. They doubled the content to it, and I mean doubled it. I watched them do runs. I think Kira did, or no, not Kira. It was Force Gaming did a run of Enshrouded recently, and he showed that there was like another fucking 25 hours of content or something that they just added to an already really long game, and it's all stuff that you can do repeatedly over and over again. So it's not really like single player content that ends in a finite way. It was all dungeons and stuff that they added so you can just keep playing the game. And Enshrouded is a better game than it's ever been, but it can't retain population because it's just not as good as these live services like Ark, Survival, Evolved, and Rust and DayZ. It can't hold up to it. It just can't. Mirror 4 is a bad game. I just think of it as a bad game. I've never heard a good thing said about Mirror 4, but I think some people still play it because it's free. Free to play games are good by rote. Age of Empires 2 is just an awesome game, always has been, but I don't know why they're playing it. Eternal Return is a good game. I haven't played, or not a good game, but I don't know if it's a good game, but it's a free to play, so it's a good game to buy rote. Rocket League is a good game. I played it for about 4 hours. I think it's a good game. It is particularly fun. It's the other good racer on the market. I don't like the premise. I thought Lucio Ball on Overwatch was actually more fun than Rocket League because you have a little bit more direct vertical control of where you go. Rocket League was a much more of a physics game, which made it more of a good competitive game, but it didn't retain the viewership or whatever you want to call it because it is way too repetitive. It's the same old crappy air hockey game that it's always been. So I did like Lucio Ball more than Rocket League, which is weird because I thought it was designed better and had better aspects of physics and stuff. And it's weird, when I played Rocket League, I was like, oh, it's like a bad version of Lucio Ball. And my friend that I was with did not like hearing that either. He was like, what? And I was like, yeah, Rocket League seems like a bad version of Lucio Ball. And he was like, that is the worst thing I've ever heard a gamer say. I was like, what? It does though. I would rather be running around on my feet like Lucio, trying to like fire something at a ball than try to steer a car at a ball and like blow up the other cars or whatever. I don't really know what the vibe is in Rocket League anymore because it's probably changed, but I think it's half the time it's like bumping other people until they blow up or scoring goals, and both of those things are skill based, and it's one of the better skill based games ever made, but I still don't think it's the best game idea, as you know, it didn't really have a soccer feel to it. It had an air hockey feel to it, or at least that's how it felt to me. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's better than I thought it was. I don't know. I don't think Hunt Showdown is good. I bought this game twice. I've returned it twice, and I just never liked what I saw here. It seemed clunkier than any game that I can think of. Even Gears of War. It was like the clunkiest, slowest shooter that I can think of. I definitely have a lot of hours in Counter-Strike. This is one of the greatest games ever made. I have some hours in Scum, something like 12 or 14, I think. And I think of Scum as a good game, but it can't retain the viewership for some reason. And the community sort of did not seem that good to me. They seem sort of like the refuse of the DayZ community. Like Scum is where the DayZ community goes when they're locked out, I think. That was literally the vibe I got from it, which is like, yeah, this is the Scum is kind of the refuse of the DayZ community, and the DayZ community is fucking toxic. And I know because I've had some experiences with streamers in the Scum community in their live chats when I was off stream, where I've been talking to them and they just full blown like took them and all of their little cronies and turned on me in the chat because they realized that I play a superior game that's got 110,000 population to it, and they're still playing a 17,000 population game. And so I say, why are you? So I'll say things like, while I think Scum is a really extremely good game, and I see why you stay around on it, I still think that even the Rust Hardcore Zombies mod is far superior to Scum. They don't like hearing things like this, but all I'm trying to do is let them know that they're not stuck between a rock and a hard place between DayZ and Scum. There is another good zombie alternative. Just because it's a privated modded server, it's not private, but it's a modded server, doesn't change the fact that Rust Hardcore Zombies is superior to all of Scum in its entirety. A single wipe on Rust Hardcore Zombies is better than all of the experience of Scum. I know because I've done both like kind of extensively. And so I struggle with Scum because it's just not as good as DayZ and is not as good as Rust Hardcore Zombies, which I have like 4,000 hours in or something like that. So no, I'm not going to do that. I've never played Crusader Kings, but I have played one of their precursor games, which is called Stronghold Kingdoms 2, and I do own that game, and I thought of it as a very good RTS live service game with ganking and everything. It was kind of like the evolved. This is the evolved versions of Clash of Clans for adults. Is Crusader Kings? Oh no, I'm sorry. This is an RTS. I'm thinking of a different one with a very similar name. The one I'm thinking of is, oh, what is it? It's the evolved version of Clash of Clans. It's Stronghold Kingdoms is the evolved version of Crusader Kings. Those were really good games. Stronghold Kingdoms is a really cool premise where you live in the real world, and I'm talking about planet Earth, and the people around you play Clash of Clans with you essentially, but they live in the real world around you. So it's a way to socially meet these people that live close to you who want to gank your base when you're offline, like Rust and stuff like this, but they like Clash of Clans stuff, and it's a fairly slow RTS, so it's not fast. And I have a high opinion of Stronghold Kingdoms, but I don't know what Crusader Kings 3 is. I've never played it. I don't like these RTSs. Europa Universalis, all these. I've played them, but I don't like these RTSs. They're not good. I bought Hogwarts Legacy. I was only able to put 2 hours into it before I was like, this is an inferior game to a lot of the games on the market, which is why the price is so low and why it's dropped so badly. It kind of was an inferior game in the end. StarCraft X I have a high opinion of, and I do have like 4 hours in, or no, 2 hours, something like that, before I quit. But it's the most janky fucking Eastern European game I've ever played, and it's not a good game, and the only thing that's good about it is it's free. The gameplay itself is not too good. It's really pretty bad. Ark Survival Ascended is just not good. I've heard a lot of really nasty, horrible things about this. Like, for instance, this is the remaster of Ark, and it's doing worse than the original. And that's just how you know. Phasmophobia, I've never played, but I've heard a lot of really good things about. Lethal Company, I've never played, and I'm really interested in this one because one of my favorite streamers just did a really big fucking video about Lethal Company. It was Wendigoon. Wendigoon just did a video about Lethal Company, which makes me wonder how really good the experience might be. But it's a social game, and the problem with social game is you get social commitments, and I don't want social commitments as a solo streamer, so I stay away from games like this. But Lethal Company is the only game on this fucking list that I have any real interest in buying right now. I did the entire list, and one of the things I was doing was going towards the end to try and find a game that I want to buy, and I don't see one except for Lethal Company. It's the only one on the entire list. I would have said it if I thought it, but no, I went through the entire fucking list, and there's not a game here that I either don't own, already played to death, don't like, or don't want to buy. It's insane. There's only one. I think I would probably play Pal World if it was like $5, but I already own Pal World. It's sitting right here on my fucking list. It's called Craftopia. And I liked Craftopia, and I have some hours in Craftopia. It's right here. I have some hours in Craftopia. I spent about 6 hours in Craftopia. I was like, this would be really good if I had somebody to play it with, but again, The last time I played this was 2021. I was like, no, Rust is a superior game. That is what I always come back to. Rust is a superior game to Counter-Strike. Rust is a superior game to Dota. Rust is superior to PUBG. It's superior to Marvel. It's superior to Kingdom. It's superior to Grand Theft Auto 5. It's superior to Naraka. It's superior to Path of Exile. It's superior to itself in the respect that it's about to clone and split and double its population just today or whatever. It's insane. It's going to fight itself here to today, right here today. In about 2.5 hours, it's about to split into old school and new school Rust, which is kind of insane. It's about to split like no build zero build Rust, or sorry, no build zero build Fortnite, right? Rust is about to split into primeval and modern Rust right now today in about 2.5 hours, and I think I might actually be there. I can't seem to sleep. Delta Force is not as good as Rust. Power World is not as good as Rust. War Thunder is not as good as Rust. Red Dead Redemption 2 is not as good as Rust. Stardew Valley is not as good as Rust. They're all Rust clones. They're all DayZ Rust clones. All of these, except for Counter-Strike 2. And PUBG, no, even PUBG kind of is. Dota 2 even kind of is in a way. It's still Extraction, sort of. It's insane. So, like, Dota 2 sort of is Extraction. They're all ripoffs of some form of, like, H1N1. Or, I mean, Dota 2 has been around the longest, really, so I can't compare Dota 2, but it's still sort of a Rust extraction game in some ways, and it's not as good as Rust. You go in, you do some crazy MOBA, and you have to get their tower or you lose, and it's an extraction game. You get it and you leave. It's not really extraction, but it's just, get the tower or you don't extract. So, I mean, it is kind of an extraction game, sort of, in a way. So all these games are just bad Rust clones. Like, I would say that Helldivers 2 is not a bad Rust clone. It's more of a Halo clone, I would say, or Earth Defense Force clone. But it's evolved, and I think of all the games on this list, it still has the most potential because it's not a Rust clone. It's like all these other games except for FIFA or whatever. Rainbow Six Siege, I still think of it as a Rust clone. It's insane, and it's not as good. Warframe, I don't know about Warframe, but I don't think so. Baldur's Gate 3 was not a Rust clone, which is one of the reasons why it's considered to be so good. I could go through all these games. I know all of these games. I played or owned or returned all of these games. It's weird, and then I keep looking for something new or something interesting or something that I missed or something that's new or something, anything at all, and it's just not happening. Some of these games should be really high on the list, like Street Fighter 6 should have like 250,000 players, but it doesn't because the population is dying. You can see it even compared to 2 years ago, and I know because I used to religiously come back to this list every single day to see where Rust was, because it was just steady climbing the list. It would get up to 560, 670 the way the PUBG is, but it's weird. It feels like PUBG got the audience back. I think that PUBG took the Rust audience back because I think the toxicity doesn't exist on PUBG Battlegrounds. I don't think it's there, kind of like Fortnite. I wouldn't say Fortnite is toxic rather than some people spray painting and some people doing like a flossing dance or whatever, and PUBG is the exact same way. They're toxic games and they have toxic communities, but they're not directly toxic battle royales. They're not. Most of the time you're just fighting all the way through. You don't think about what the other guy's thinking or saying, and you can't hear him when he talks. So you couldn't say that these BRs are particularly toxic. They're not really. The forums and the Reddits are, and the bragging and the flossing is, but not the game itself. I wouldn't say so. So it's sort of weird. Like, I feel like Rust lost its population to one of these people. You got to kind of wonder what the culprit is. It's Counter-Strike 2. Like Dota 2 is somehow still pulling a lot of people. They're playing like Counter-Strike 2 in between Dota 2, in between Marvel Rivals and Rust. Those are good games, all four of them. Counter-Strike 2, Dota 2, PUBG, Marvel Rivals, and Rust are really good live service games. They're doing like... These are kids. This is where the kids are. These are all the teenagers and stuff. And they're doing RP stuff. They're doing RP stuff on Counter-Strike 2. They're doing RP stuff on PUBG. Like, BR is just RP anyways. Marvel Rivals is fairly RP. It actually really is. And so is Grand Theft Auto 5. That's entirely RP. The only people left playing Grand Theft Auto 5 are the people who haven't played it ever before, and the people on GTA Online doing Charles Prodigy RPG. which is essentially a bad Rust clone, by the way. That crappy Charles Prodigy shit is a really, really inferior, really, I mean, it's not inferior when it comes to the racing at all, but everything else, from the gunplay to the raiding to the robberies to everything, all of it is inferior to stuff like Payday and Rust. It's kind of insane. Grand Theft Auto 5 is an inferior game outside of the single play experience, in my opinion, in my humble opinion. I don't care how popular fucking Charles Prodigy RPG is, it's still inferior to the Rust experience. It's not as social, it's not as good, it doesn't have base building, it doesn't, I mean, it's only just buy a building or whatever. It's actually a really inferior game when you consider the actual feature creep in games like Rust. And so I look at these and I'm like, oh, bad Rust clone, oh, bad Fortnite clone, you know, it just goes on. And most of these are really bad Rust clones, like most of them. And I know because it's the survival revolution. I've played all of them. A bunch of them are bad Rust clones. Project Zomboid, as much as these people would like to like say this game isn't like that, it is a bad Rust clone. It's a bad 7 Days clone. Project Zomboid is a bad 7 Days clone reduced to a Terraria engine. Sure, Terraria is just as good as Minecraft, I would say. Just like Project Zomboid is just as good as its influences, but it's still a bad. It's kind of a bad clone. It's sort of a bad clone. We've had better games than this. It's sort of annoying. The kids weren't alive when a bunch of these precursor games were around, so they don't know to demand something better, and I do. It's fucking annoying. It's like you grew up on Saturday morning cartoons. It's the same thing. It's that metaphor. You grew up on Darkwing Duck and Batman the Animated Series. Those kids like those series too, and they've seen them too. So they come back and they look at old Disney like Tailspin and Darkwing Duck on Disney Plus because they're just doing their Disney kid thing, and they see the same shows that I see, and they love the same shows as much as I do, but they weren't raised on them. They don't know any better, so they think that Teen Titans is good. They think Teen Titans is good. Teen Titans was fucking horrible. Every last episode. I know because I've seen them all. Teen Titans is fucking horrible compared to Batman the Animated Series. It actually is. And so they get to thinking that every series, every movie that comes out, every Marvel movie that comes out only has to be the value of like Teen Titans. It doesn't have to be Batman good. But it should have been. These games should have been, but they're not. I'm going to get off this. It's fucking annoying. These games should have been good, and they're not. A bunch of them are just the same old games that I've been playing for 25 years. Even FIFA and Counter-Strike are games that I've been playing for like 20 years. I'm not really too into it, man. Kingdom Come is new, but all I really think of this as is in the same way that Stalker 2 is a bad single-player Rust clone. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is a bad single-player Mortal clone without magic. Which just makes it worse too, by the way. Why not add some magic to this or something? It doesn't need to be, I mean, it needed some, I mean, they weren't going for that. They were going for realist sim. And yeah, the single player people, they need a realist sim. And there hasn't been really too many of those. So more power to Kingdom Come 2 Deliverance. I'm not a hater, but there's really no reason for me to play this over either Mortal or Rust. There's not really a lot of reasons for me to play any of these games over Mortal or Rust. It's kind of annoying. And Mortal's just a bad version of Medieval Rust. You're about to see me go into Medieval Rust here in about 2 hours and shit, and you're gonna understand that, like, you know, Rust always was superior to all of these fucking games. It's fucking stupid. Even this one that I've been crowing is like a really good game for the last like 5 fucking like hours or whatever. It doesn't matter. It's still not as good as Rust. None of them are. It's fucking stupid. It's not that I love Rust. It's that they don't make games as good as this. There's full nudity in it, like Baldur's Gate 3, and there has been crazy ERP villages of naked people fucking and stuff like that. Rust has no limit. There's no limit to it. There's zergs of 40 people running through on fucking servers like Vital and shit like this, or at least there was. I don't know. Shit's changed now, but I mean, there used to be like there was like there were servers that never reset, so there was these shit lores that had like bases that were 9 months old, and they experimented with that for a while. Like, there's just, they don't make a game like Rust. DayZ is not good like Rust. Most of DayZ is walking. Like, we can return to it. I think it would be a good time to take a look at DayZ right now today with its newest update, and what we're gonna see on Rust Primeval today, or not Primeval. Well, yeah, Primlocked Rust or whatever. Primlock Rust hits today. I consider it Primlock, but it's actually Medieval Rust. But you're gonna see some comparisons between Medieval Rust and Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. And yeah, Kingdom Come 2 Deliverance 2 is getting really good, is it? This is Tomographic. I didn't watch him. I was watching, Brian Menard. Here's a Bill Burr, Elon Musk salute, which is probably full of DMCA that I can't watch. Anyways, I'm just going to get off this. I don't know. I'm just sort of killing time until the Rust server starts and auto fishing, because I did get like half of the game's levels in a single sitting, which has been a reoccurring theme with the modern games. I don't want to reach cap in 2 days anymore. I don't really want to do that. I want it to be like a month-long experience that teaches me something. That's kind of how New World is. New World is like a month-long experience to get to cap to like 710 eye level. It's like a month long or something like that. And I've gotten used to that pacing. And when I get 25 levels in a day on a 50 cap game, I'm like, I don't know. I know those are the easy levels, but it's still halfway to the fucking goal. I got halfway to the goal in a single sitting. How long will that take before I'm just capped? A week or whatever? 2 weeks? Maybe a month? I hope it's a month. But it's not looking like it, and I like this game, but I can already see, like, it just sort of burning out to, like, this New World experience, but just with base building. Which is better than New World's doing for me right now, I gotta say. New World needed a world like this, but they were just too scared, and they thought that they might actually have some success because they were Amazon Game Studios, and they had the nerd's eyes, and they kind of fucked it up. They fucked that up so bad. They fucked it up so bad. What happened to New World? Loru's going to get famous out of EVE Online, which I didn't think was possible. I don't think anybody's ever done it, but I think Loru is going to get famous because I like him. It's fucking insane. You want to know how anybody knows who Loru is? It's because I put him on my stream religiously for like 2 years. Nobody but the EVE Online community knows who Loru is. But then I took his streams cross server to other games, and now everybody else has become aware of how badass Loru actually is. Loru is a really good streamer. I don't think he's that good. But I think he's, I don't think he's that good of a gamer, but he's definitely a really good streamer, better than Asmongold. And I hope one day he's actually extremely famous, because I think he could be. He's got that energy spunk that like Ellen DeGeneres has, that like Leos have, that sells. It sells really well, like Johnny Carson. He's got that Leo energy that people respond to. So does this guy. I haven't watched Oompaville in a long time, and he looks a lot different than he used to. I see that he's now got wireframe glasses, which seems like a really, really bad choice for a multi-million-dollar streamer who could afford contacts or even LASIK. Why the fuck are you wearing granny glasses when you can afford contacts or LASIK? What the fuck? Your glasses are a turnoff, and I'm just saying it. There's a federal workers buyout deadline is Thursday, where if you don't want to work with Trump, they'll just pay you for 10 months of a year. If you don't like working with Trump and you refuse to work with them, they'll just buy you out of the government, and they'll give you 8 months of salary for doing nothing. This is the government that we're running. They're going to pay out 8 months of salary to a bunch of civil service workers who make like 60 grand a year, which is expensive. That means like 40 grand a year. We're going to pay 40 grand for every single liberal fucking federal worker that doesn't want to work with the Trump regime. They've never offered this before, I don't think, but this is the tribalism getting so bad that Trump wants to buy out the people who won't work with him, who will grind his government to a halt.
Of salary.
So they're just bribing them at this point. This is the shit that him and Elon are doing. I can't believe they're doing shit like this, but they are. They're bribing government workers to leave their jobs and not grind the Trump war machine that's going to kill America to a fucking halt.
These millions, almost all 10,000 employees from the U.S. Agency for International...
Start over.
Today is the last day for federal workers to take the buyouts offered by the Office of Personnel Management. if the millions of federal workers agree to resign, they will receive
Millions of people are going to receive $40,000 for 8 months of work that they don't have to do because Trump is a fucking cocksucking asshole. What the fuck? Literally, civil servants are getting 8-month vacations, 8-month vacations, pay vacations, because they refuse to work with Trump. We've never had this kind of response to a president before, and it's not because he's getting success. It's because he's torching the government live and in real time, and we're not really aware because we're not back there behind those walls with them. But he's torching the goddamn government live and in real time, and literally his own government is paying out liberal people like me who refuse to work with him. And they do have power. They have power in the government. They worked all their life in the government. They're in the Congress and in the Senate and the House of Representatives and stuff, and they worked their way there for 30 or 40 years. Unlike him, people like Bernie and shit have worked their way there for 30 or 40 fucking years. They didn't sit on a television screen saying you're fired. They sat on a television screen doing nothing for 40 years. You know what I'm saying? It's a different vibe, and they did it on camera too. Unlike him, he only did it for like 7 years. They did it for like 40. They have a right to get paid the 8-month salary that they're going to get to not work with him. They're going to pay liberals to not work with Trump so people like me don't grind him to a fucking halt to stop him from killing our country. That's the literal sick, sad state of fucking affairs that we're in. And no, I'm not being liberal exaggerational. That's actually, they're proud to do it. They're proud to pay out the liberals who just won't work with this fucking asshole as he grinds our system and our government to a halt and kills America. It's fucking sad, and it sounds hyperbolic, but it's not. It's actually the fucking factual statements. There's no embellishment here. There's some cussing and some anger, but there's no editorial here. It's the actual state of affairs. They're going to pay like 2 million government workers 8 months paid salary to stay out of Trump's government and not stop him from killing the country.
Of 8 months of salary. From these millions, almost all 10,000 employees from the
it's only
US
10,000. Thank God. I thought they said
it.
it was millions. I'm like, Jesus Christ, do we have millions of dollars to pay millions of people 8 months of paid salary just so they don't have to work with Trump? I wouldn't work with Trump either. I'd take the 8-month bailout. I think the entire government's going to take the fucking 8-month bailout. It'll just be him and his Project 2025 assholes, just like Rust. Like the same thing that happened to Rust and DayZ. When all the toxic cocksuckers sit and rain evil and shit and say Trump on top, Trump on top, Trump on top for 5 years or whatever, and it just gets so shitty and toxic that nobody wants to play the game anymore and they fucking leave. And then at that point he's like, well fine, fucking leave, and then he pays them to leave. Why would he pay them to leave? It's obvious that they would probably leave for free. Why would he pay them to leave? It's insane. It's just another bad choice that he makes to torch the public and cause us to take damage for all the poor choices that he makes while he torches our government. It's insane. So now they're paying civil servants in a government that is completely, fully broke, by the way. We were like just narrowly skirted another government shutdown like 2 months ago. In a government that's completely fucking broke, we're paying people not to work with Trump. It's insane. I'll take 8 months paid salary to not work with Trump. Can I have that too? Like, Jesus fucking Christ, it's insane. I won't work with him either.
Development will be.
Nobody will work with him. He's a fucking shithead. He's the worst thing that's ever happened to America. Nobody will work with him except other shitheads who have their knives out, looking to carve up America and sell it to the highest bidder. They're the only people that will work with him. It's insane. They're like the only people. The press can't stand him. Jen Psaki won't talk to him. They're like, she's like, you know, Joe hates him and called him a son of a bitch at the White House press dinner. Fucking like he's faced 34 fucking felonies. It just, I know I'm going on, but I'm just listing the things that he's racked up just this year. He's been shot at and hit, he's been shot at and hit, but it was shit at and missed. He's been, you know, it's insane. It's insane. There's no reason why we should back this terrible, terrible Prince of Darkness in our government anymore. We don't want this kind of fucking terrible treatment. We don't want this kind of bailing out criminals that he did. We don't want him ice chasing fucking immigrants. We don't want that. The government does not want that. The people don't want, the government wants it, but the people don't want that. The people don't want 25% of our labor force being fired by Trump in a week. Nobody wants that. Who will will staff our Taco Bells, who will staff our McDonald's, who will staff our KFCs, who will staff our our Kentucky Fried Chickens and our fucking King Supers and our fucking, our buses and our railroads and our airplanes and our hotels and it just goes on. Like, I listed like fast food places, but that's the main thing that's gonna, like, if you like fast food as an American, get used to that being gone. That's fucking gone, because if you kick if you're piece of shit ass fucking, xenophobic fucking racist piece of shit asshole Republican Party wants to kick all these people out with ICE, who do you think's gonna make your fucking fast food, you brain dead piece of shit morons? Who do you think carves your steak and works your cashiers at your Safeways and your King Supers and your Krogers and your bakers and shit? Who do you think does the work in this country, you fucking brain dead piece of shit xenophobic racist morons? And the words are all factual based. I'm not saying them to be hyperbolic. That's exactly what the fuck you are. I could prove it in a court of law. This is what you are. You're gonna fire 25% of our labor force in the hardest time this country has ever faced. You are a brain dead piece of shit moron who could not lead his way out of a nutsack. And no, I don't trust you. And the government is going to pay its own fucking workers to get away from you. They're paying liberals to get away from you. That's how bad you are. I'm not being hyperbolic. This is every word I've said here is absolutely factually true, and I can prove it in a court of law, except for the cocksucker word. I wouldn't say he's a cocksucker. He probably doesn't suck dick. But the rest of it, I mean, he does suck dick, but not literally. You know what I'm saying? He is not a literal cocksucker. But every other insult and every other word I said about him and everybody who rolls with him is absolutely true. They're about to pay the liberal government to leave and not grind him to a halt like he did to the Democrats for fucking 8 years. Why don't we get paid? You know what I'm saying? Well, I mean, we're getting paid, but I mean, like, but I mean, why didn't we pay you? I mean, why didn't we pay you? Why? I know that the Republicans wanted to leave the entire time that Joe Biden was in Congress, or it was in Congress and in presidency, and it's weird. I know they wanted to leave, so why didn't we pay you to leave when you hated Joe? It's kind of weird because people can stand Joe. People actually follow Joe. Joe got us out of Afghanistan and at least talked about infrastructure. I don't think he did anything because there was tons of stuff. And yeah, Joe runs a crime family just like Trump. They're both really, really guilty people. And yeah, they're probably both really guilty of a lot of felonies and stuff. I really feel this way. But the problem is, Joe at least was likable and at least led the country in a very, very minor way. The Trump government has already dismantled the government inside of 10 days. They've scared off the only liberals that will fight them by paying them to not do their jobs because they know that these people will not work with Trump. Anybody who works with Trump will not have a boss later. That's how this works. When you work with the shitty dude that causes the revolution and all this, and they have to storm the palace and stop you. If you roll with him, you don't get a new place in the new government. That's how this works.
This is the agency that works to fight disease and feed the world.
I don't like being like Hasanabi. I think Hasanabi likes being like Hasanabi. I don't like being like Hassan Abi. I don't like being like this. I just do it because it's like it literally comes as a second nature. I just see this stuff and I just tell you what's happening from all the other videos I've watched. It's just kind of insane. But I mean, like, this is not how you run America. You do not pay the liberals to run away, to not grind you to a halt. That is not how America works. We've never been that fucking corrupt. You earn their love, you work across the aisle, you make a concession or two, you bribe some votes like you always fucking do, and like they did in that movie Lincoln. You just bribe your votes like you actually do when you suss out the Congress and how they vote on stuff. And then and it's business as usual. You don't do this shit where you pay 3/4 of the government like eight months of paid salary leave when the government, may I remind you, is absolutely full-blown bankrupt and absolutely damn near did have another shutdown like 8 weeks ago. What the fuck is this? Why are we paying out 8-month fucking paid leaves to any liberal that doesn't want to work with Trump? I'll tell you why. Because anybody in the government government with a goddamn IQ will not work with this asshole. They won't sign up with him. They won't work with him. They won't talk to him. They won't talk to his aides. They won't do anything with him, because if they do, the new boss, same as the old boss, won't work with them when they eventually solve this problem. It's insane. He's a pariah in his own White House. It's fucking nuts. You might think that the people that he's paying to leave are the fucking pariah, but no, he's the pariah. He has to pay them to leave peacefully and not grind his government to a halt. That's how goddamn bad he is. We've never even had any precedent like that in any other president. There's never been a president paying government workers to leave because they can't stand him. We've never had an example like that. And it is a crazy story. It's like how sick and shitty it gets when a criminal tries to become a leader. It's never really that good. You know what I'm saying? It's never really that good. Like, Trump can't be that guy for us. He's been convicted of too many felons. He's cheated on his wife too much. He's bought too many people. He's shaked Jeffrey's hand. He can't be this guy for us. He's now paying the government to leave their jobs willingly rather than fight him. It's insane.
Feed the world.
USAID projects play an integral part of America's foreign policy objectives, and we do all of this with less than 1% of the national budget.
This woman's pissed. You shut down her life's work, and she's ready to fucking shoot you in the earlobe again. I can't believe this. Look at that. Look at that poor Karen fucking screaming at the top of her lungs for the Washington, D.C. set about how corrupt you are. What fucking happened here? We did not need another Nixon in the middle of a fucking COVID crisis. We just did not need this.
The CIA also confirmed yesterday it also offered buyouts to employees.
We just did not need this. We didn't need it.
Some employees could use
He's got to pay people to leave because they won't work with him. What the fuck? We've never even had a precedent like that in America. You still think this is a normal dude? You still think he's a good president, or that he's leading this to a good place? No. He's already basically fired like 7/10 of the government. They're already a do-nothing government. They're a do-nothing government as it is. If he fires 7/10 of them, we'll have nothing left but him. It'll just be him in a fucking Game of Thrones throne, and a bunch of fire coming out like President Camacho or whatever. It's going to be really the idiocracy, and there'll be like a wrestling pit and a bunch of monster truck fucking rallies where there used to be Washington, D.C. It's fucking stupid. This shit is so idiocracy. It's so stupid.
Authority as another option to receive their annuity early.
Yeah, their annuity. And so they're like, yeah, pay up before the government goes completely bankrupt under Trump's rule. On top of it, these people, they like sign contracts with the government, and they're standing there with their hands out. Pay me now, bitch, pay me now, or I'm going right back to work. They're standing there with their hands out, being like, pay me my 8 months like paid salary to get away from Trump now. And they believe that Trump's bankrupted the government before he ever even stepped in, which is kind of insane. I think he might have kind of. He stole all that Bitcoin money with his Dogecoin, and that money had to come from somewhere. I think he came in and stole all the money that the government had. It's kind of insane. That money has to come from somewhere. Where did all that Bitcoin money come from? Did he? I mean, he didn't. I don't think he rug pulled. Where did all that money come from? I think it's all the government's money. It's insane.
Today is the last day.
They said he made like $200 billion in a day or something like that. Where did all that money come from? Where does that money come from? What bank account is that from? Is it the American government? Who bought all that Dogecoin? Is it Bitcoin idiots who buy 5090s and use them to farm Bitcoin rather than playing video games? Is that who's actually backing these fucking shitheads? It's like Satan's army.
The buyouts offered by the Office of Personnel
Now
Management.
they're buying out government workers? What the fuck? They just shut the government down, basically. What are you talking about, buying out government workers? I guess anything, right? But I mean, why not just force them to quit? If you don't want to work with Trump, I mean, people have to do things in their job that they don't like. If you don't want to work with fucking Trump, too tough titty. It's politics as usual, bitch. It's 50% Republican, 50% Democrat, 49-51, United States, get nothing done. It's what it's always always been. It's what's going to be. You can't just say you don't want to work with the other side. You can't just say that. That is a filibuster. That hurts the public, and now I want your fucking jobs, and I don't think you should collect 8 months fucking paid severance just because you don't like Trump. I don't get to do that. I mean, I don't work for the government or whatever, but I mean, I don't get to collect the taxes that he stole. Why do you get to get an 8-month fucking severance while the rest of us have to work while that do-nothing Congress does even less? What the fuck? That's not government solutions. That is a full-blown grinding to a halt. That is not fixing the government like he said he was going to do. It's grinding the government to an entire halt.
If the millions of federal workers agree to resign, they will receive about 8
This is his idea. It's insane. Why are you kicking our 25% of our labor force out and then paying all of our fucking civil servants to quit their jobs? Well, who do you think's gonna run the country, you fucking moron? Are you brain dead piece of shit that dumb? I thought you had at least some IQ, but I mean, like, who the fuck is gonna do anything in this country if our workforce and our politicians are gone? Is it the tranked out dopers on the streets or the people who can't afford the housing? Which one is it? Do you think the homeless are going to get us out of this problem? I mean, who is going to fix the problems if you fire the government and kill our workforce and fucking and I'm sorry, deport our workforce?
Of salary.
Oh, I mean, I meant kill our workforce like in a systemic manner, like kill the systemic force that is our workforce and stuff. Like you're gonna kill our workforce, but I don't mean like you're gonna kill the Mexicans that comprise our workforce. I mean, like, you're going to kill the workforce like by removing 30% of it. You're going to kill it. When that happens, there's gonna be massive sweeping changes in prices and all kinds of econ stuff that basic math econ majors could warn you about. Basic freshmen who have only been there for a year know how to run this country so much better than Trump does. It's fucking stupid. And they can tell you immediately that if you fire 30% of the fucking workforce, it's going to have this crazy volcanic fucking effect upon your economy. It's going to torch us. It's going to set everything on fire. The gas will go to $10 a gallon. The bread will go to $10 a loaf. It's fucking fucked up. Right now it's like 5 or 7 or something like that. It's going to go to $10. This shit isn't going to end. We have to get a hold of this madness somehow.
Almost all 10,000 employees.
What do we do?
USA.
We get a hold of the pricing. We're like, okay, if you want to keep your presidency, you have to get a hold of the pricing. It's the one thing that we require you to do. The price fixing has completely destroyed America. It is the worst problem. We've seen a lot of scare tactics and burn the wish kind of stuff this year about all the problems that we're facing. But I'm now thinking that the price fixing that these rich people are doing has actively killed our country just in the last 3 weeks. It's not even like a year-long scenario anymore. In the last 3 weeks, their price fixing with Dogecoin has absolutely destroyed the American market. Where did that fucking $200 billion come from? Was it the American coffers? I don't think it is. I think it's the government or something. Where did that money come from? We don't have any money. We just damn near shut the government down again.
Agency for International Development will be put on leave tomorrow at midnight. This is the agency that works to fight disease and feed the world.
Yep. So there goes that. Goodbye. You know, it was a nice NATO alliance we had once. If we turn our backs on these people, I mean, like, with friends like these, who needs Nazis? We are the Nazis now. War fronts. You know, I'm scared. I get scared to watch war fronts, and that's what makes it so fucking good. Let's watch war fronts. It's gonna scare me. We could listen to Hassan. He's a little bit more palatable than Warfronts is, because Warfronts is really dry and really truthful and really what's actually happening. And I like doses of reality like this, but it's hard to take. The Abe freeze is gonna fucking fuck us.
In our lead story today.
Yeah, like in our lead story today, they took away all the money, shut down the government, paid everybody to leave who wouldn't work with them, and then decided that everybody else was just gonna do all the work. And it's like, no.
We turn to
we're all tranked out dopers on the fucking streets who haven't had homes because you stole all the money and shit. We're not going to bail you out from this. The lower and the middle class have been staggering for 17 years or something like that. We're not going to bail you out from this one. We're going to fry you. It's like the wrong kind of January 6th. We're going to fry you probably. We're not going to bail you out from this. We're not going to cover the workforce that you fire. We're too tranked out and depressed and fucked up and we can't pay rent. We're not going to cover the workforce if you kick all the Mexicans out. We're not going to do that. I don't think we have it in us. I don't see it in my fellow Americans. I think we have the potential and the capability, and I think we can do whatever we put our fucking minds to. But I don't think we are of the mind to do this. I don't think we're of the mind of bailing Trump out of these problems. I think one of the reasons why there's been no dissent at all is I think it's actually kind of an all gas, no brakes situation where we're just going to let him fucking burn the jet fuel till he inevitably blows the engine. Something like that. I think that's actually the literally the DNC's plan here is to just let him propose so many crazy fucking things that we don't have the heart or the guns or the violence or the violent hearts to fight anyways. We can't fight ICE as they deport people. We're not going to fight our own American troops and American fucking ICE agents and all that as Democrats. We're not going to fucking do that. We're not going to, or liberals, whatever we go. We're not going to fight you. We're not going to fight you here. We're not going to fight you in a revolution or a civil war. At least I won't. I'm not going to fight my own Americans in a fucking civil war. I believe in America more than that. I don't think you do, but I do. I believe in us being far more capable of a country than that, where we descend into another civil war. Over what? Because you like paid all of the government workers to leave, and you bailed out all your criminal friends, and you caught 37 felonies, but you didn't go to jail, and all this other shit. It's just insane. It's starting to stack up to the point where it's like mountains of shit. It's like spaghetti and meat. It's raining spaghetti and meatballs. It's fucking insane. It's just mountains of shit. How many shit mountains are you gonna fucking build, Trump, before eventually it just all slides to some kind of crazy shit tsunami? Your presidency, it reminds me of Jim Leahy on the Trailer Park Boys talking about the winds of shit are changing. It's insane.
States of America, where amidst a much larger cascade of changes to the federal government, the global superpower's new political administration has ordered a total freeze of US foreign aid. From conflict zones to humanitarian crises.
Now, I approve of this, but I don't like how he did it. He easily could have just gone to the Congress and got a real vote to not pay these hoes overseas. It's not that fucking hard. Don't pay these hoes overseas. We got people dying here at home. It's not that hard. That's all you have to say. The government goes, oh, sure, yeah, I see your point about this. I don't know why we keep sending money overseas when we got people dying on the streets right in Washington, D.C., right outside the Capitol building. I see what you mean here. And the government's going to back you, Trump. They're going to be like, oh, okay, you want to actually help the people? That's something new out of Trump. You thought the last time you tried to help us, you told us to shoot up bleach for the COVID crisis. You know what I'm saying? So like, oh, you're actually trying to help us. Okay, you think that this is helping us somehow by ending foreign aid. I think it is helping us because we need that money for home, right? But I don't think you're ending that money for us. I think you're ending that money for you. I think you're planning to spend that money on something else. I guarantee it. Problem is that you said money that needed to go to U.S. aid that needed to go to all these other warring entities that we were promised we would help. I'm actually really, really a shitty American, and I'm willing to essentially back up like a two-timing, two-faced bastard. I'm willing to back up and be like, I'm okay with or what? I don't even know what I'm trying to say here. Kind of. I'm just going to let it roll for a second because I need to gather my thoughts on what I'm trying to say here because I'm scared of saying something really racist or really fucked up. But I'm like, I'd rather let these people die overseas than people die at home. Does that make sense? And so when you go to the Congress and you say that to them, honestly, Trump, they give you the fucking vote. They'll even do an emergency vote for you, and they'll get you in and out of there in 8 hours. And you tell the public that you're just not sending money to these hoes overseas anymore. And they are going to love you more. Even the Democrats will love you more. It's an easy way to buy our fucking love. We don't want to send money to people overseas anymore. When we go outside our front steps and there's people on the front stoop smoking crack and shit. We don't want that. We want aid to U.S. citizens. We didn't get it as much as we needed to. Remember the battle that we had to fight to get you guys to do PUA? Do you remember PUA? It's the first thing that you did that was actually good.
All across the world.
Joe Biden's plan that you stole.
is already setting in, with ramifications that are expected
Not
to
Joe
raise
Biden's plan, but Nancy Pelosi basically forced you to do it. They pulled your pants down and they executive ordered you in the fucking Senate in like 2022 or whatever. And they were like, nah, you have to give PUA to the fucking pandemic assistant people that that need COVID relief because you bungled COVID. She's like Pelosi and all these AOC and all these other people burning all this stuff. They got on your fucking ass. They started pulling your fucking arm and they're like, nah, you actually have to do PUA or we'll make our stand here. We'll run our Democratic version of January 6th or whatever. We'll just make our stand here. They were like, we have to make our stand here. Our people need help. And we did. If you didn't give us that PUA, we would have ended your run. We would have ended the electoral thing, or full blown end up like really something worse. You know what I'm saying? Like that PUA. If you hadn't bought our love, you never would have made it as far as you did here.
from troubling to...
You weren't a totally dead slot. I said it on election night. I was like, you're not a totally dead slot. You did do PUA. You did do... Drawing a blank here.
outright disastrous.
Drawing a blank here. What else did you do? You think you got all the Mexicans out of here, but that to me is the worst thing that you possibly could have done. You think that you got to win with that because the Republicans are all cheering you. I don't give a fuck what Republicans think. I give a fuck about 30% of America's workforce disappearing overnight and also bearing like lifelong grudges because of it afterwards too. You know, I worry about that. I worry about white, Native Americo, Mexican, Latino relations, because like these people will only take your shit for so fucking long before they stop being your workforce altogether and never work with you ever again. Then what do you have? You've alienated Latinos out of America completely. You've lost 30% of your fucking vote. You've destroyed America. You've removed 30% of the fucking workforce. I mean, what? I mean, why? What could you possibly gain?
As we dive into this story, we'll start with
These jobs need done. These jobs need done. I'm going to use a metaphor here. It's like Noah's Ark fucking sprung a leak and we're in the fucking flood. And we're at this point. We need the circus animals to patch the leaks in the fucking boat, but you're firing them and kicking them overboard. But they were born here. They live here. Even if they were brought here or moved here, it like against our will, it doesn't matter. There's still animals in the boat that are gonna fucking drown if you don't let them bail water with you. You're fucking so stupid. I hate using like biblical fucking quotes to help children understand how fucking evil, actually fucking racist and evil this man is. But he full blown is like Darth Vader. He's like he's worse than Darth Vader. He is Palpatine and Vader combined. He's more racist than Palpatine and Vader. You know, one of the things that they did that they never talk about in the Star Wars universe lore is they murder like 100 or I think it was like 300,000 Chewbacca's or whatever. What's the name of his race? He's a Chewbacca's, right? Yeah. Chewbacca is a Wookiee, right? Yeah, the Wookiees. Yeah, they like Hitler a bunch of Wookiees to build the Death Star. This is something that they never covered in the movie because they felt that it was too dark for the kids. But there's this implication that you never really think about. Where does the Death Star fucking come from? Where does it come from? The Wookiees. Now you want to kick all the fucking Wookiees out of the fucking Death Star?
First, this is not a US politics channel. This is a global conflicts channel, and we won't be framing our discussion around the partisan rightness or wrongness of the Trump administration.
I've got to piss. I'll be right back. The rust wipe looms is coming up here in like 2 hours, and I'm just auto fishing. I don't have to pay attention. I could do stuff, but I don't have to because I've already been on for 18 hours, and I'm just taking it easy until I kind of like, you know, pull this like nice little short rust shift. I'm not really too worried about the content right now because, like, 18 hours is enough of a recorded session. I'm going to do 2 solid days of shifts in a single session. So when you do something like this, you take it easy. I'll be right back. I'm just going to make my accusation as to what I think it is. I think they don't. I think they can't handle the fact that white Caucasian is in the minority now. I think that they can't handle the fact that it's in the minority and they want to get back to the majority. And I think they think that they're just going to kick everybody else out who isn't white or privileged. And I think they think that they're going to just take all that space that was overpopulated but now is like a little bit emptier because they've deported everybody. And they want white people to breed so they can make America white. It's a cute little Republican fucking dream from a white person's standpoint or whatever the fuck. It's cute. It's racist and it's homophobic and it's xenophobic and it's shitty and it's eugenics and it's close to genocide or deportations or exoduses, that kind of thing. Terrible shit that we used to write about in the Bible or whatever, right? Really terrible state of affairs. And that's my theory, is that they just want to replace all the people in America with white people. It's the great white replacement theory. They just want to kick everybody else out who isn't rich and white. They want to turn America into Switzerland. We're the melting pot. Give us you're tired, you're poor, you're hungry. We are the melting pot. We are the world's child. Your weird xenophobic racism just won't work here. You're never going to get a white America back. Stop trying.
Administration's decision, just like any other.
You know what you are going to get is 10 in 2010 or whatever. You're going to get that 10 in 2010 problem. You're going to get like 1.5 billion Americans that can't eat because you can't even manage a basic economy system.
A political actor in the world, the leader of a country.
Because we just keep reading,
particular action,
and we don't stop, and we don't worry about what to do about that or anything like that, or global warming or any of the building problems, or what to do about Paradise or the infrastructure problems or Lahaina or any of this other stuff. You don't ever talk about real policies. You just threaten to take stuff from people and threaten your enemies. That's all you do.
To have consequences for
I need you to talk about solutions now. I don't think kicking all the people out of the country except for white people is going to work. I don't think you're ever going to be able to sway that, first of all, because a bunch of them are naturally born and have done the work to stay here and all this stuff. I just don't think that's going to work from a reality standpoint. I don't think that's going to work. So your great white replacement theory or whatever the fuck you're after here, it doesn't work. And on top of it, I don't feel like I need to say this, but like, deportation is not a cure for overpopulation. And I think it thrills your people when you suggest it, because they think, oh, there will be more jobs, there will be more money, there will be more food, there will be more government aid, there will be all this, there'll be more meds, the prices will be cheaper, there won't be gangbangers down the hall or things like that. And they think about what could be. But all you're really talking about is deportation of Americans. Even if they didn't get their fucking, like, even if they don't have their green card, it's still deportations of North Americans to where? A few hundred miles away? I mean, it's like dumb. It's not really efficacious. It doesn't really stop any of the fucking issues. We might as well embrace them. You're fucking stupid.
Around the globe.
If you gave them respect and you treated them with respect and you allowed us all to have prices that don't cripple us, and you allowed for some protection of the actual public and their interest, as opposed to just selling us out to the highest bidder for $5 a gallon of gasoline or whatever, right? You actually took care of us. This would go better. It would go better. The Mexicans would work harder for legal immigration if they thought that there was like you know, if they thought that we respected them. But because they think that we don't respect them, they don't respect us. And because they don't respect us, they don't respect the fucking, you know, the process. And subsequently, you blame them for the overpopulation problem and all the job problems and all the money problems. But I mean, isn't that kind of your poor leadership? Your filibuster? How is that the Mexicans' fault? They just sit there and generate income for the fucking country. You want to know what I really think of? Like, this is dehumanizing, because it is dehumanizing. This whole thing is dehumanizing. Thinking of them as just labor is dehumanizing. All of it is dehumanizing. Anything to do with the right-wing party is absolutely dehumanizing. No humans involved. It's fucking shitty. Like, you know, we could take a look at it from a 4X strategy perspective here, if it wasn't so fucking racist and shitty, I almost can't really say it really. But I have like 25 mining ships mining ice in this southern region of this game. And every couple of days, I buy another mining ship and I send it out to work, and I get another person in the workforce, and I just keep getting more and more ice mined, and I keep getting more and more passive income. That's how economy works. If you don't keep putting ice miners out there and you don't keep giving them jobs and work and money, you just don't have any passive income coming in. You just have a whole bunch of fucking shitty middlemen who can't do things, who can't actually do things like build a border wall when you need to build a border wall or things like that. They can't do things. They're incompetent. They constantly fight red tape and bureaucracy. This is something that Trump's very aware of, but the solutions are not on par with actual, like his ideas of solutions are not on par with world solutions to terrible, like, killing problems like this. Deportation is not the solution to overpopulation, poor economy, or crime. Curing poverty is the solution to getting rid of overpopulation, curing poverty and crime. How do we cure poverty? Education, foster the people, make sure the employment is actually there for them to take, and treat them with respect and make sure they can afford their lifestyle. Which in the lower class isn't much. That's like 20 grand. In the middle class, it's like 40 grand. In the upper class, it's like 80, something like that. A little bit more. 160 something. I don't know. But yeah, so like, that's it's simple. We don't need all of these complications. It's like you go out of your fucking way to cause a bunch of crazy Hitler fantasies to come true or whatever, but you don't solve anything with these. At least if you're going to propose really dumb fucking inane, racist, homophobic fucking, or not homophobic, but racist, xenophobic fucking policies that kill 25% of our workforce out of our country, essentially, and cripple us. If you're going to have these policies, at least have them be efficacious. You know what I'm saying? This is not efficacious. It will get you nothing. It brings you right back to the dead slot position where you get nothing done except a bunch of deportations, and they just call you a bunch of racist assholes for the rest of your fucking life and all of your kids' lives. Your father was a racist, And they're not wrong when they say this. You did try to kick out a bunch of Mexicans. Your father was a racist,
The second note that we've got to make is that everything we discuss here is accurate as to the start of the business day in Washington, D.C. on Thursday.
It's your job to take care of every last American. To me, that's anybody that's in the country, whether they're legal or not. Because when they're standing on the soil of America, yeah, they're not Americans, no. But they're in America. They should be treated with respect. They are our closest fucking neighbor. When your closest neighbor comes crawling, gasping, bleeding, and dying up on your lawn and informs you that Venezuela is dead and Mexico is dying and they need your fucking help, and they've been staffing your workforce and they've been paying your taxes, and they've been jumping borders, but you're stably building America to what it is now. They paid their dues. And so then so then you just go about kicking them all out? It seems so fucking weird. We need these people. I believe in the power of these people, not power over these people. They will hate you. That will cost us. You get more flies with honey. This is not how you do leadership. You don't go swinging a fucking bullwhip around or a truncheon the day that you step into the fucking army office. You just don't do that. Maybe you feel like that's what you needed after you were kicked out for 4 years or whatever, but that is not how you run the American leadership. That's never been how we run it. That's not how it's gonna be run either. Every single decision must be made carefully with the whole entire world's consideration taken into consideration, because every step is like eggshells. Everything that we do, if we kick out Mexicans, we're going to suffer with Mexico. We're going to suffer with the South American Alliance, the fucking BRICS. We're going to suffer with them. We're going to suffer with Europe. They don't like what we're doing with tariffs and shit with China and stuff. They don't like what we're doing with Mexico. Spain doesn't like what we're doing with Mexico. It just seems seems like anti-Latino response. You know, it just seems sort of like anti-Latino racism. It's the same old anti-Semitic or anti-Latino racism that they tend to see out of white people, and you keep living out that fucking shitty fucking stereotype for us. We have spent hundreds of years trying to outlive that fucking stereotype of American slavery that we engaged in, of dropping the bombs on Hiroshima, of what we did to Vietnam, of what we did to 9/11 and Afghanistan and all this stuff, COVID and all these problems. And I list off all the American problems in the last 100 years, 50 years of which I was alive for. And it's just kind of insane. It's just too much for you to fire our workforce right now and cause all this goddamn chaos. Shut up, slut, and stop causing all that chaos. That's motherfucking Slim Shady. And he was right. Shut up, slut. You're causing too much chaos.
25.
Shut up, slut. You're causing too much chaos. You are a slut. You fucking cheated on your wife with a fucking porn star. You're like, shut up, slut. You're causing too much chaos. You know what I'm saying?
As we'll discuss further, elements of this funding freeze are already being adjusted by the US State Department, while other large-scale freezes by Washington.
Large-scale freezes by Washington. Europe is sanctioning us for the tariffs in China. China is sanctioning us for the tariffs in China. We have gone over to every fucking country in the world, and we stuck our finger up their bum to piss them off. I'm gonna stick my thumb up his buttonhole and piss it off right proper. It's like when South Park made fun of the gator tamer dude, Steve Irwin. He's like, I'm gonna stick my finger up the butthole. Trump is like Steve Irwin sticking the finger up the butthole of every nuclear armed genocidal fucking maniac on the fucking planet.
Challenged in courts or rolled back. So, we don't know what's going to happen with this foreign aid freeze in the future. We just know what's happening.
So we just spent the last year promising people like Ukraine and fucking Israel. And it's weird because I don't want to pay them. This was my idea. This is my idea that Trump ran with. I would be surprised if he stole it off my stream. I don't think anybody else was suggesting this. I was the only one I've even remotely heard in the last 5 years on CNN or any of these YouTube videos or any of this fucking media at all who said it plainly. We got to stop paying these hoes overseas. And I put it like that because that's how bad it is, kind of. It's like we're paying hoes overseas and it just gets us in trouble with the people at home. That's like all it does. It just gets us in trouble with our wives at home or whatever. It's insane. We got to stop paying hoes overseas. We got to stop stealing their oil. We can't keep building the Carmageddon and stealing oil from the Middle East. That's not a feasible market strategy. It's just not. It's not a feasible market strategy. So I don't have the solution to all this, but I know that it's not freezing us all out and kicking the workforce out, scaring the shit out of our greatest friends and ending the NATO alliance. What's the point of this? I mean, Trump, you're like this 87-year-old dude, but you act like a pissed off emo teenager who's mad at his friends, ready to uninstall and all this other stuff. You're like acting like a madman without a reason to live. You pissed off all your fucking friends. You pissed off anybody who isn't white. It's just really weird. You're acting like a fucking school shooter or something like that. It's fucking weird.
The time of writing, so that's what we're going to discuss. You're probably watching it quite soon afterwards. And with that, let's get into it. The funding freeze was announced by America's State Department on Friday, the 24th of January, just a few days.
Now, I wanted this. I've said this for like 5 years. I was like, stop paying these hoes overseas. But I didn't mean abruptly overnight in the middle of a fucking terrible genocidal war. I kind of meant, so Ukraine, we really don't want to pay you anymore. And Israel, we really don't want to pay you anymore. And anybody else that we're paying, we don't really want to pay you anymore. So we're going to slowly taper the aid off over a 12-month period. Nothing in politics is ever this fast. And get used to the idea that the purse strings are going to end. But we're going to cut it down to each phase of the year. There's 3 phases in the year or whatever, terms or whatever. There's like 3 quarters in a year. 4 quarters in a year. 4 quarters in a year. Each quarter we reduce how much we send by 25%. At the end of the year we send 0. So you've got to either end this war in a year because I'm not paying for your fucking shit overseas anymore, or whatever it is you're going to fucking do. Figure it out. But yeah, right now we're paying 100%. In 3 months, it's going to be 75. In 6 months, it's going to be 50. In 9 months, it's going to be 75. And in 12 months, it's going to be 0. And get used to it. We're not paying hoes overseas for a long time. We just raided Afghanistan for all of their oil. We didn't really get any. So now we're poor. And we spent all this money on shit to fight people in sand when we really didn't know how to fight in sand, and all this stupid ass shit. Just like Vietnam, we spent a bunch of money on stupid shit that we shouldn't have spent on, and now we're in a really tight place and we can't pay money overseas. We sacked Afghanistan for 23 years. Do you understand our situation? Anybody with leadership skills could say this bluntly to all of their diplomats, and they would say, yes, America, we understand this situation. We understand that you spent 23 years sacking Afghanistan and your public just will not condone doing anything overseas anymore. They're gonna be like, that's a tough titty, and we're sorry that you broke your promise to us to help aid us this year, but at least you're not cutting it off in a single day, fucking everybody you ever loved and leaving them to die in some terrible situation on a moment's notice. What was it, like 2 days notice, something like that? That's not how good friends treat each other, but that's how Trump treats people. Trump doesn't have any friends.
The country's new Secretary of State, former Florida Senator Marco Rubio, was sworn in. When that freeze was first ordered, it came with just 2 caveats.
Marco Rubio doesn't have any friends. The people that do these things don't have any friends. They've got like people on the aisle that they've got like blackmail material on, but they're basically the drunks. They're like an unfucking sworn, they're like an unsworn wing of the CIA, basically. This weird conservative party. They're like an unsworn wing of the CIA or something. They're operating almost completely clandestinely outside the government. Their decisions come down like some kind of fucking edict from God with no governmental fucking oversight, no governmental talking, no consideration, no filibuster, no Congress, nothing. Just we're kicking out 20% of the workforce, and we're fucking all of our trade partners out of tariffs, and we're pissing off everybody who ever loved us. We're kicking all the Mexicans out, and we're not racist somehow, and all this other shit that just doesn't really fucking fly for real leadership. It doesn't, especially not cutting off aid. The one thing that you don't do is, if you're literally pumping blood into a dead body who just got shot up, and you're pumping blood into it, and in the world scale, this is considered pumping finances into a dying country who's losing to a war. We give them money, right? But if you consider it from like a human metaphor, like a human level metaphor on the human level, it's like you and a friend are walking down the sidewalk. You're homies, you've known each other all of your lives, and you've declared this friendship, and you know that you're in a gang together and you're going to look out for each other. You're in the North American Trade Alliance. Your friend gets shot up like Israel or fucking Ukraine, so you promise, oh my god, buddy, I'm so sorry that you got shot up in the streets here walking next to me. I probably caused this issue with all these gang shit and stupid ass shit that I do with the Middle East, but hey, I'm so sorry that this happened, and I probably caused this problem with Russia, and I probably caused this problem with Israel at some point, but we don't know. We don't really know. It's a lot of people causing a lot of problems, a lot of governments being really, really incompetent and bad right now, a lot of really bad governments, right? And so we don't know who caused this problem directly, but we know that we didn't really help it, and we're sorry. So at this point now, we're just going to cut off all aid, and we're going to back away entirely because we can't continue to pay. We're out of money, and this is because we sacked the country for 23 years.
Directed exclusively to the...
Not very well, I might add. I don't believe we got anything done over there either. We dumped 23 years of expensive rust rating mats of like the best C4, the best MLR, the best choppers and the best planes and the best shit that was in the American military and shit. We spent like 23 fucking years or whatever the fuck it was trying to win some war against people that comprise like 1/10 of the population that we have, or something like that. That is not winning a war. That is dumping 23 years of a war chest into something that was not successful. We cannot pay hoes overseas anymore. And I don't even know where I'd ever got to that point in the first fucking place. I don't really see how aid actually stops a country from being war-torn. This is another problem that I kind of have a fundamental issue with. Let's say you dump $10 billion into fucking Ukraine. Great, good. They're facing a lot of problems right now. What does that money actually do to stop Putin from killing more people and driving the country into this terrible economic problem where it just founders and flounders until it basically starves to death in Ukrainian winter? was to stop that. If us funneling $10 billion or whatever it is into Ukraine, whatever we paid them, it probably helps them, yeah, and they buy guns and bombs with it, and they just kill more humans. And yeah, it's in defense, so it's, fighting the good fight, but it's still just killing more humans and more war that we're responsible for. We've heard this a lot in the media lately, but this is because this is a new concept for them. But I mean, it's not a new concept for me. We've been doing this since the fucking, the Khmer Rouge and stuff. We've been doing this for a long time. We like backing weird syndicates that like to take over governments, and when they do, it causes us problems later that fucking fuck us over. So we raid them or whatever. When we raid them, we earn the ire of the entire world. So they make it hard for us, and they raise the prices on our goddamn on our tariffs and our stuff and the materials that they sell us for war and their PMC contracts and all this. What happens when America and Trump act like a bully? The whole world shows its displeasure by raising the prices of everything that America buys. Now, how does that affect Trump? Trump doesn't buy anything. He just steals money for a living. Trump doesn't buy anything. I'm sure he buys Mar-a-Lagos and shit like this with his crooked ass fucking, like real estate levels on a billionaire level. But I don't think he actually buys anything. I think he just relies on the American taxpayer to buy anything that he needs. I'm fairly sure. And I think he thinks this too. I think he thinks that he's just going to fire 25% of the workforce and then have the taxpayer cover that somehow by paying a lot of money or something. Maybe outsourcing it to Mexico or something. I don't know what his fucking plan is. Fire the Mexicans but outsource to Mexico. I don't know what his plan is to cover the labor issue, but it's not there, and anybody from labor would tell you this. It's not there. The solution is not there. I see right now the death of America. And I'm not being hyperbolic. Like right now, if we fire 20% of our workforce right now, while we have all these tariffs on all these countries, so they're tariffing us, and we have no income essentially, and when we do this right now, it is the worst timing that America has ever had, short of the atomic bomb.
Israel and Egypt would not be impacted, and nor would emergency food programs, including ones currently help staving off famine in war-torn Sudan. Everything else, however, was frozen, effective immediately. That aid is frozen for a period of 90 days, although it's currently regarded as unlikely that aid will simply restart at the end of that period.
So he just abruptly cuts it off. When is that ever good? That gets junkies killed. It gets people who are bleeding out killed. It gets people who need aid killed. It's just sort of weird. You don't ever just say, nope, no more. That was not what I was saying when we got to stop paying hoes overseas. I was saying spend a couple years, slowly wean them off the teats so they don't fucking starve to death in their infancy of stepping out on their own. But definitely do not cut it off all at once. Why would you do that?
Now, to understand the magnitude of that decision, we've got to understand...
Yeah, the magnitude of the decision, I'm struggling to understand how really horrible that is. One day, they're getting aid, and they're drinking water in the center of the town, and there's like a couple of bricks of food and cornflakes and bread and stuff up in there, and there's like eggs and milk and water and stuff, and they're not starving to death, and they're not bleeding to death, and there's like, there's a little bit of antibiotics, and there's a little bit of syringes, and there's a little bit of childcare, and a little bit of diapers and stuff. And this is all they've got. And then suddenly some of CNN verdict comes in from across the world or whatever, informing them, or whatever, Al Jazeera, informing them that suddenly the aid will be gone tomorrow and you're going to starve to fucking death. And bleed to death and stuff. And this does not... This does not inspire confidence in our friends who have helped us in our darkest hour, who did so probably so that we would help them in their darkest hour. That's how relationships work. So what do we do in their darkest hour? We say, nope! And we rip it overnight like a fucking bandage that's covering a gaping wound that will cause the person to bleed out if you rip the bandage off. We just say, nope, you're going to bleed to death, and we rip the bandage. That is not what I was saying when I said fucking stop paying these hoes overseas. I said we needed to do it immediately. But what I meant by immediately is like in government time, which is 1 to 2 years. Government doesn't move in a day. When does government move in a day? Like when we take a day off? Yeah? Government moves in a day. We'll give you a day off for Martin Luther King or whatever. That's a day that we move, yeah. But I mean, like, when does government make a decision in a day where they're like suddenly cut off aid and there's no warning, no Congress, no discussion, no media, nothing? They just no more money for the people overseas. If you're bleeding out, I'm sorry. Bye. That is not how you treat your allies. That's not what you do. Yeah, cut off the money, and they'll be like, why? And you'll be like, well, we just fought a war for 23 years. We were Rust Raiders, and we bought sulfur for 23 years so we could raid Afghanistan, and it fucking sucked, and you guys raised the prices on us. So we paid a lot of money on a losing war for 23 years, so now we can't pay hoes overseas anymore. And that's the solution that you tell the diplomats. That's what you tell that's what you tell BB. That's what you tell your best friend, Mr. Ukraine person. I can't remember his name, Zelensky. This is what you tell them. You say, I'm sorry, but I'm fucking broke and I can't help you with rent this month. I don't have it. I paid for hose to overseas. And I rust raided Afghanistan for some fucking reason and got nothing in return.
Impact of US foreign aid around the world. The United States.
I mean, if you're going to sack a fucking country, at least take their oil. I'm not even sure we did that. I mean, what's the fucking point at that point? If you're going to go over to some country that's so far away, it's like 2,000 miles or whatever, and you're going to fuck them for like 23 years, why not steal their oil at that point? Why not just take all of the oil out of the country? That's probably what they did. Did we steal oil from Afghanistan? No, the U.S. did not steal oil from Afghanistan, but it has negotiated with the Taliban. This is somebody who doesn't exist, to build a pipeline. You mean they just built a pipeline without the permission of the locals across Afghanistan to extract oil for us or for them? Because it's their land. It's not theirs. It's not our land. It's not our. This land is our land. That land is not our land. This land is our land. That land is not our land. Please don't go over there and steal their oil. You'll never know, dear, how much I'll hate you if you fucking go and take their oil away. I don't really want you doing that. It's not our oil. It doesn't matter. It's not our crude oil. It's not okay to go steal their crude oil. I know it's all a rust raid for you, but no, we don't need their crude oil that bad where you fucking steal it from them. No. But you did. You negotiated a pipeline across Afghanistan to extract oil. The U.S. expects to import more than 80% of its petroleum from the region by 2050. This is why we went to Afghanistan. That's why. If you ever wonder why, that's why. You wonder why your friends might have seen combat there or whatever? It's so we could rust raid for crude oil. I hope it was worth those American lives.
More foreign aid than any.
It's not. It's like that thing that Frogan was saying. I don't want these troopers to be harmed. I don't want the troops to be harmed for what they did. But I mean, they should see that their actions have consequences.
The nation on earth with its 2023
They shouldn't
budget.
have fought that war. They should have refused. They should have been like, no, we'll be your military and guard your bases, and no, we're not leaving or going AWOL or anything like that. We just won't fight your war. We don't belong in Afghanistan. There's nothing there that we want. There's nothing there that we need. There's nothing but sadness and sorrow. Could killing all of the people in Afghanistan ever get them totally back for 9/11? The answer is no. So what the fuck were we doing there? The answer is no. Two wrongs never make a right. We could have killed every last fucking insurgent in Afghanistan. It wouldn't have mattered. It still wouldn't have made 9/11 right. It's that same old shit about revenge. It's a dish best served cold by living well, you know? It's not this thing where you show up inside of a year, sack their country, take their oil for 50 years, and dominate the Middle East. This was like a rust raid where we went to steal crude oil.
Allocating about $60 billion for that year, according to the
We've got to go
SEC.
steal a bunch of crude oil from the Middle East because we didn't really plan on the Carmageddon costing so much oil, and we didn't really plan for it, right? So, yeah, so we're just going to go rust raid Afghanistan for crude oil and then force them to boil it and then send us the fuel.
Press.
So we don't even have the pollution from it in our country even. I mean, that is a rust raid. It's like you went over there because they had a pump jack and you don't. You rewired it. You stole all their crude oil. You boiled all their crude into the fuel. You had it send it to you, and you're going to take 80% of their oil over 50 years or something like that. What did you? I mean, now you say the reason that you did this to their entire country is 9/11, but if you recall, the fucking excuse that you used to explain 9/11 was a very small, I think 3,000 man at the most cell of insurgents of unorganized Arab people in the Hainan Valley or whatever it was. I forget the name of the H Valley that they're all from, but that are all from this place that you would defend if somebody came and tried to sack too, and you did this for oil. You killed 3,000 people in 9/11 so you could lose 3,000 lives in Afghanistan so you could go boil crude oil? Well, I mean, for the Carmageddon, yeah, you better fucking feed those cars because you've got all these trucks running instead of trains. You've got all these fucking cars running instead of trains. You've got all this gasoline instead of electricity and all this other stuff because global warming doesn't exist. And that seems very weird. If global warming doesn't exist, why do you constantly go steal oil? It's sort of weird. It's sort of weird. Like, I think oil and global warming are directly, like, full-blown connected. Why do you steal all that oil if there is no such thing as pollution or global warming, right? I mean, I don't know. It's sort of weird. Maybe I'm thinking about it wrong.
That's about 1% of the country's annual overall budget.
No, I'm just asking the question outright. Why do you steal all that oil? I don't think it has anything to do with what the shortages are or anything like that. Why do you steal all that oil? These cars aren't worth that. The cars don't earn us almost anything. The trucks and the trains do, but the cars only get us to work each day. They don't really keep the infrastructure going. That's the trucks and the trains and the boats. Why are we fighting this Carmageddon war to steal oil over 50 years from Afghanistan? Why?
Among other things, that foreign aid is used for critical health programs, including...
Yeah, another problem is every time that we yank aid like this with no warning, they're like, but we were expecting a HIV shot tomorrow. If we don't get it, AIDS will get way, way worse. There's stuff like that happens too.
AIDS relief program, PEPFAR, credited with...
Notice I said AIDS before he said it because I know what the problem is going to be. I didn't read it. I didn't see this until just now. I was like, no, if we cut aid in the middle of an AIDS crisis, what happens? It just gets worse.
Saving the lives of 25 million.
So, I mean, I'm not saying that, like, I'm not flip-flopping on this idea of not paying hose overseas. I'm saying don't cut off the aid in a single day. Nobody does that, especially not if you've been the main breadwinner, like keeping these people alive while they lose their war. You don't cut the aid instantly.
People since it began in the 2000s and efforts to save lives from malaria.
That is literally like shutting off the power at the fucking general hospital to save money on the power bill.
Yeah,
you warn the hospital. You tell them that in a year you're not going to have power or meds or antibiotics or food or water or workers or anything like that or labor money or any of this other stuff. We're going to cut it off, but we're not doing it in a single day. It's a hospital. Anybody that we're giving aid to is essentially hospitals. Did you ever think about that, Trump? You think when we give aid, it's to some greedy fucking like probably charity or some fucking governmental entity or some dictator or something comes along and snaps up the money in a check and just deposits in their governments or their bank account or something. But no, most of this money actually I think goes to hospitals, believe it or not. Do you normally shut off the power to hospitals in a single day? I mean, that's the metaphor and it's an apt one. That's exactly what you did.
It's used to ensure the care of 6.5 million HIV.
Oh good, 6 million people with AIDS are just going to keep spreading it without any kind of prevention, treatment, or anything like that at all. Oh, good. Yeah, that's probably a good thing to turn your back on and just cut the aid to instantly instead of over like a year or two. Yeah, just let the AIDS crisis suddenly explode. That's probably a pretty good plan.
Orphans and vulnerable children around the world and provide sanitary drinking water to millions of people.
Yeah, we have a terrible, terrible water crisis, though I wasn't even really aware of until that television show, what's it called? House of Cards, where Robin writes passion before she ever becomes the president lady is she works for World War Water, which is I always thought was kind of like a play on the New World Order, but she does like our New World Water is kind of, or I forget what they call it, but it's this water program to bring water to people in deserts and African places that just don't have it, that do die of thirst. It's like water actually is kind of a really bad problem in some places in the world. That's another problem that we never ever think about.
It's used to provide.
It's another killing problem that we never ever bring up. Is California is about to be this dried out fucking New Vegas place. It's like about to be New Vegas. It's insane. It's going to be this dried out place that the Hoover Dam can't supply the electricity or the water for anymore. It's fucked up. California is facing a terrible power and water crisis, and the Republicans can only say that the climate change is a hoax. What do you mean it's a fucking hoax? We've seen the rolling brownouts. We've seen the brownouts already. We know it's coming. You constantly let that fucking grid go down all the time. It's insane. We know it's coming. It's insane.
Aid, not just in the critical emergency areas that were spared.
Yeah, like okay, so when I say don't pay these hoes overseas, I say like what I mean by that is you warn them that in a year or two the aid is going to completely end, but you trickle this down. You don't cut off the morphine to the person who's on critical support. You don't just cut the fucking morphine straw saying, "Oh, he's probably a druggie or whatever. I'm going to cut it off." You know, you don't do this. You don't do this when they're in their greatest hour of need. You warn them and you give them some months to prepare for it. You don't just say, okay, everybody out and kick them all out.
But for a much wider range of important programs with limited...
Humans don't move fast. It takes years to do anything systemic at all. It takes years.
Those health and food aid programs may not explicitly...
It takes years to do the aid. To shut it down overnight is really insane because it took years and years and years to get the infrastructure in place. To shut it down overnight seems insane because it should technically be about the same amount of work to shut it all back down again as it is to shut it all back up again. But no, these weird shithead conservatives are extremely good at shutting stuff down really efficiently. That's the only thing they're good at is destruction. They're really good at shutting stuff down extremely fast. That's like their only leadership skill is they are good at just full-blown thwarting whatever it is they consider a problem pretty much immediately. They're very good at preventative, immediately preventative.
But as we'll explain, the two are deeply intertwined.
They're deeply intertwined. The AIDS crisis and the you said denial. Yeah, if the AIDS crisis flares up and kills half of America, do we blame Trump because he cut aid like overnight rather than trickling it out over 2 years so they couldn't get their proper antibiotics ready or proper treatment or keep the power on or get generators ready or anything like that? He just cuts the AIDS crisis off entirely and it festers in the world and brings home 500 million deaths to America.
And there are the portions of this frozen aid that do support people in combat zones. Ukraine, for example, relies on US aid to rehabilitate wounded soldiers, provide generators in areas where Russia has destroyed energy infrastructure and more. The aid freeze also appears to directly impact military financing, not just to Ukraine, but to other world militaries that the United States supports and works closely with, including Taiwan, Jordan, Kenya, and other.
My problem with this is it's sort of like budgetary stuff. If a world government has a military, why would it ever need somebody else to pay for that military? If you have a military, that implies this huge budget that you know what it is, that you're getting from the taxpayers, that you pay for the military every year, and you know how many tanks and bombs and guns and drones you have, and how many nukes you have, and all this other stuff. How does it become this place where we're suddenly suddenly covering their a large amount of them running these armies? Because in that respect, I don't really understand it. Why would they ever have an army in the first place if they can't afford to cover the army? Even in times of terrible trouble where they're the underdog and Russia's leaning on them and shit like this, why would it ever be where a world government power ever got so weak that they relied on America to directly pay for their soldier relief and stuff like this? you don't really have like a world government army at that point. You're just refugees at that point. If you're refugees at that point, America would do better to not offer money, but just offer fucking immigration necessarily or something like that. If Russia is going to kill most of Ukraine, it would be better to just offer to move. And I've said this before on my stream and in my personal life too. If Israel or Palestine is going to kill either Israel or Palestine, or if if Russia is going to kill Ukraine or some such, then why don't we just bail out Israel or Palestine or bail out Ukraine and move them to some place like Wyoming and just give them a place where they're never ever fucked with again, that isn't the promised land. That's just this place that they can go to where there's no harassment ever again. And now we can't do this. There's so many reasons why we can't do this. It would make a diplomat laugh. There's so many different reasons why we can't do this. What would Wyoming say is the first reason? Wyoming would be like, nah, fuck you. And they would be right to say it, and we would never be able to slide it past them, really. But Wyoming's completely empty almost. There's like 165,000 people there or something like that. An entire state in the Union. It's much, much bigger than Israel or Palestine or Ukraine or whatever. It is completely empty, and it's not that hard to live there. So it's another exodus, but I'm like, at this point, why do we send all this aid so they can continue to kill each other? Wouldn't it just be cheaper to offer to mass exodus them, or at least give them a place to go for a time while they figure it out or whatever? It's insane. Like when I think of sending aid, I think of getting them out of this, like a solution being getting them out of that situation. Not buying them bullets, guns, and meds and antibiotics and helping them kill other people. Why is it that we help them kill other people, is my question. I'm sure there's reasons to this, because helping your friend as he fights his worst enemy is like killing people. It's like killing people, essentially. So, but why did we sign up to do this? We should have been like, I'm not really comfortable with funding your war.
Nations. Displacement camps.
But instead, we just send $200 billion like it's nothing or whatever. We just send money. We don't really think about it. We don't even tell the public when we do it sometimes. The public, you must not really know what this is like I think it is like this for all of America. We wake up one morning and we find out that they've sent like another $180 billion or whatever it is, or $200 million to some country that some of us can't even find on the map. And you're like, yeah, I love this country, even though I've never met anybody from there or whatever, and I really want to help them, and it's great, or whatever, right? But I don't really understand why we would do this when we can't even, most of us can't even find it on a map. If you were to try to justify this in a survival situation of, say, like Night of the Living Dead, it would be the same thing as saying, we're going to work for a week in the mall scrounging up food and water and guns and ammo until we're like hood rich when it comes to zombie survival. And then we're going to go and we're going to offer all of that to our friends overseas who are facing terrible problems, and they're going to experience some relief. Then we're going to take it away overnight while they've got a zombie bite and they're trying to make it to the morning.
Particularly the Al-Hol camp, rely on USA to hold some 40,000 people.
I can't think of enough metaphors like this where you just leave your friends high and dry as opposed to letting the morphine drip for a couple of years. You don't ever pull the morphine as they're on life support. You just don't do that. It's a simple metaphor.
Displaced by the Islamic State, many of whom are
You know what all these things are? Hospitals. You know what these are? They're fucking hospitals. You wanna shut them off.
USA to hold some 40,000.
I want to shut them off too, over a 2-year period with some warnings, some like, I'm so sorry, with great deep regret, I, as Joe Biden or whatever, solemnly like report that we can't afford to pay these hoes overseas anymore. So yeah, we're giving them 2 years, and we're taking the 100% that we're paying them right now, we're cutting it down by 25%. We're committing to do this every 3 months. It's 25% less. By the end of the year, it's down to 0 or less, 15.5. Call it 15.5 every 4 months, and let it peter out over 24 months so they get used to the idea of the aid getting less and less and less, and then eventually the world's going to have to accept that we failed our Rust raid, blew all of our money. It was not a profitable raid. We got nothing in return. Well, we did get something in return. I mean, we did.
people.
But but all the money that it costs us to do the raid is gone. All the bullets and all the scrap and all the stuff that we spent to do the raid is gone. All that's left is a bunch of boxes of crude oil, and you can't eat crude oil.
By the Islamic State, many of whom
you can't eat crude oil. It'll feed the Carmageddon, but I mean,
affiliated to the Islamic State and may still prove a major security threat. The aid cutoff basically eliminates security and administration at those camps and ensures that food is unlikely to arrive, although the contractor currently overseeing aid work there has been given a special 2-week extension before
it's fairly bad. It's gotten to be a very bad situation.
Refugee camps and resettlement programs, including people displaced by wars from the Middle East to Sudan to...
Like, cutting off, you said, it's something that I wanted, but I never ever dreamed he would do it in a day. And it's the kind of twist that your worst enemy would do to you. It's like, oh, that's what you want. You really don't want to pay hoes overseas, huh? Well, okay. Well, how does that serve Satan? And so they go back to the to the Republican National the Republican National Headquarters, and they're like, how does this serve Emperor Trump Palpatine if we cut off aid? How does that serve him? And that's the question that they ask too. They're like, how does it serve Palpatine Trump if we cut off aid? And they're like, well, we're saving money, and that makes the taxpayer happy that we're not spending money overseas. It is like that. But that's the given. What's the rub? What's the vig? What does Trump see if we do this? And their answer is that you get oil over 50 years, but you don't have to give them anything else. It's sort of insane. It's like you take their oil, but you don't give them anything. That's the answer, but they can't say that to the fucking public.
Myanmar to Ethiopia to the Congo. It pauses vital mine-clearing operations across Vietnam, Laos, Sri Lanka, Ukraine, Iraq, and elsewhere in zones where unexploded ordnance still pose a major threat to civilians, including in areas currently at peace. Now, it's important to understand why exactly the US has chosen to make this decision, and it's important to understand that...
I don't understand why. This is the closest to war that I've ever seen America come. Right now, this moment, like today, right now, this video, this is like the closest I've ever come to war in America. I believe there will be war in America. It's fucking fucked up, and I don't want it. I figure I'm the one who will have to fight it. That's always the way my life's been. I'm always the one that takes the brunt when some piece of shit idiot goes completely crazy for no reason and causes a bunch of damage. I'm the one who always suffers. It's so fucking annoying.
Reduction to foreign aid has been expected for a long time. Newly inaugurated President Donald Trump and his allies have vowed for years to cut down on what...
Why does his wife look like a dude who's pissed off, who's sat in the sun in LA while she watched Dick Tracy for 8 months? It seems really weird.
Described as...
She looks like Dick Tracy or something.
Excessive or wasteful...
Why does his wife look like Dick Tracy?
Have vowed...
Because she's a gangster. She's rolling gangster. Like Flathead from Dick Tracy. Look, they're all doing it. They've all got that crappy blue suit and that red Mr. Burns tie. They've all got it. They're all Mr. Burns. Look, they're all Mr. Burns. Would you guys like to see what Mr. Burns looks like? Just for a reminder, they've all become Mr. Burns. They're the out of touch billionaires. They're fucking terrible. They're such terrible people. I grew up hating these people. They were the worst people on television. They always were. Look, they've all got humpbacks because they're hunched over because the it's like that movie or that game Fable. They've touched the dark side too many times and they've eaten too many chicken eggs, like baby chicken fetuses or whatever it is they do, and now they've grown horns and they've got like red fire and like bolts of lightning coming out of their butthole or whatever, and they're kind of looking like a demon now, and they're shrunk and they're shriveled and they're looking a bit more Skeksis. Skeksis from Dark Crystals was Jim Henson's portrayal of the Republican Party in 1974. I've heard him talk about it. The Skeksis in fucking Dark Crystals, he was like, yeah, that was the Republican National Convention in 1974. It was the Skeksis. That's how he got the Skeksis. I don't know where they got Mr. Burns. I think it's from Citizen Kane. Kane. But yeah, look, they're all Citizen Kane now. They're all these Citizen Kane shitheads who don't care if we live or die. They're hunched over like Mr. Burns. They all wear the same crappy blue suit and red tie like Mr. Burns. See it? See the red tie and the blue suit? This was Matt Groening commentary on the Republican National Convention. It's insane. And they're all hunched over because they've done deals with the devil, and like, you know, a fine mahawk to you, and it's tortured and twisted their visages. All of their skin has turned orange. All of their clothing looks like either gangster or suit dummy, and they're all they're all like turtle heads. They all have like turtle heads and turtle faces. They all look crazy. They all have crazy eyes. They all have $1 billion, almost all of them, except for J.D. Vance, I think. He's like the only one. Even she's got $1 billion now. I think it's insane. They've all got billions of dollars. It is really fucking weird. They're just like it's like a criminal cabal. They are the criminal cabal in the behind the scenes in our government. They've become the criminal cabal. They're so much worse than some deep state thing. You can see they're like these terrible gangsters that roll in suits and limos wherever they go. It's disgusting.
For years to cut down on what they...
She looks like some kind of villain from Dick Tracy, which is just alarming. She's like this like blonde lady. She's like this blonde lady from Sweden, but she looks like Dick Tracy. What the fuck happened here?
Describe as excessive or wasteful government spending.
Because they've got all this dark news. They're like delivering all of this fucking morticians, like, you know, tidings. They've got like morticians tidings, so they're dressed in black. It's insane. It's disgusting.
Facilitating bloated programs where the United States not only sends amounts of money that they deem excessive...
Like, I've seen them before. Like, it's literally Mr. Burns come to life. They dress like Mr. Burns. How long before the right wing wakes up to the piece of shit idiots that they've elected? How long? I don't think it'll ever happen. The education got so bad that they're too stupid to realize. Are you too stupid to realize that Donald Trump is Mr. Burns? He dresses like him. He looks like him. He has the same hunchback, the same crazy fucked up grin. This is because this is a stereotype, the billionaire that's lost the love of the people. Citizen Kane. Citizen fucking Kane, the billionaire. The last time that we had somebody like Trump was William Randolph Hearst. And that's who they were making fun of with Mr. Burns, right straight from fucking Citizen Kane. I could watch Citizen Kane on my channel right now if I wanted to. You know what I'm saying? Because it's in the public domain. We could watch the Citizen Kane probably on YouTube, and you can see the depiction of Donald Trump about 100 years before he was rebirthed or whatever, or he was like reincarnated as a second coming of Satan. And it's insane, but I mean, this is not a mistake that Mr. Burns looks like Donald Trump, and this is not a mistake that you hate Mr. Burns but don't hate Trump, because Trump is hiding extremely well in plain sight, so you can't see that he's Mr. Burns, but he is. He stinks like diapers. They have to run him out and break his body every time they take him anywhere, and get him in enough shape so that he can walk. He's riddled with phlebitis and syphilis, like Nixon and Hitler. He like, you know, he when he talks, it sounds like bragging. Release the hounds. You know, it sounds like arrogant bragging when he talks, because he only speaks neurolinguistics and all this. His family hates him. His employees hate him. He's racist. He's xenophobic, and he runs with the Republican Party headquarters. It's disgusting. It really is Mr. Burns. So Donald Trump is the literal personification of Mr. Burns. Dresses like him, looks like him, acts like him, has the same sort of money, does the same sort of things. It's crazy. If you think that Mr. Burns was a good character, if you think Trump is a good character, you have been brainwashed by the Kool-Aid so fucking badly that you can't see the fucking suit dummy for the tie. You can't see it.
But pays
Look at these fucking gangsters. They all dress like Mr. Burns. You can't see the suit dummies. You can't tell the suit dummy from the tie anymore. And so you wear the red armband. You have no idea who you've signed up with. You've signed up with Mr. Burns. Release the hounds.
Allies have vowed for years to cut down.
Fuck Mr. Burns. I don't care if you think he's rich and successful and he lives in a mansion or whatever. Fuck Mr. Burns. He lives this cold, dark, I would say almost child molester life. of like living up in that mansion, like Edward Scissorhands or whatever, like some kind of fucking recluse and all this shit, like Mario Lago, like living that weird rich people life where like, you know, he just looks over his employees every day, making sure that they don't take breaks. It's just like fucking fucked up. And yeah, Mr. Burns, I'm fucking sick of you. I don't want Donald Burns anymore. I don't want Donald Trump Burns anymore.
On what they describe as excessive.
I don't want Mr. Donald Trump Burns anymore. Same ties, same skin, same hunchback. I don't want our president resembling the worst villain in history or whatever. Not the worst villain.
Or wasteful government spending, facilitating bloated programs where the United States not only sends amounts of money that they deem excessive, but pays a much larger share than other nations. Explaining the decision to freeze funding, Secretary of State Rubio explained it as follows, quoting,
Oh my god, I hate Mark Rubio so much with the passion of 1,000 fucking like exploding suns. I can't stand Mark Rubio. Fucking real traitor. We need to make like you know what I could do to retire? I could build a trading card set of the American villains and just cast the Republican Party as villains in like a Marvel setting and be like, you know, Marco Rubio. Call him Marco Rubio, and it's like this really evil version of Marco Rubio with that terrible face and smile and stuff, and it's like a figurine, and it's like an action card, and it spouts these demon wings when you pull the lever, these terrible black as night demon wings that block out the other Congress members standing around him and stuff. The usual Congress suspects or something. I don't know the usual Congress suspects, right? It is just like a whole lineup of terrible Republican senators and congressmen and representatives that have been there for like 50 years, and they all talk to Cheney, and they all fuck over America, and they all have terrible like superpowers that Satan gave them, and when they go super Satan, they like full-blown sprout wings and start blocking out the darkness of the electoral cabinet or whatever. And start cheating votes. They start cheating votes for Donald Trump or whatever. It's so fucking fucked up. I can't stand the Republican Party. They're so classically fucking boneheadedly evil. It's like Mr. Burns. It's like that bad of a meme. It's like watching Mr. Burns. I'm going to block out the sun. It's like that was Donald Trump levels of villainy. What the fuck? What did we do to deserve this villain? Oh wait, we invaded Afghanistan. Yeah. Oh wait, we invaded Vietnam. Yeah. Yeah, I remember what we did. Yeah, I remember what we did now to deserve Trump, yeah. We invaded Afghanistan and Vietnam.
Justified with the answer to three simple...
What goes around comes around, I guess. We kind of did this to other people's countries for 40 years or something. Between Vietnam and Afghanistan, we brought darkness, pain, and sorrow to other countries that don't even fly the American flag for 40 fucking 3 years or something like that. Between those two wars, it was like 40 years, some odd, between the two of them. And after 40 years of darkness between the Vietnam and the Afghanistan war, like,
questions. Does it make America safer? Does it make America...
Marco Rubio, he shakes his like shitty Republican fists and a bunch of babies die in the background. babies die and fall from the sky or whatever. You're like, oh god, no, Marco Rubio's going Super Satan. I heard his ultimate combo combines with combos with Emperor Palpatine. I mean Donald Trump. I heard they have a terrible combo alt. They block out the sun with the Death Star. Jesus Christ. That's like how evil, like comically evil, these worthless pieces of shit have actually become. I don't care what your political affiliation is. I don't care if you're a Democrat or a Republican. Do you disagree? I don't think you disagree. It has gotten to cartoonish levels of supervillainy. There's no other way to say it like that. You know, it's gotten to cartoonish levels of supervillainy. It's insane.
America more prosperous. Quoting another State Department statement here, reviewing and realigning foreign assistance on behalf of hardworking taxpayers is not just the right thing to do, it is a moral imperative.
Where did my
Now,
phone go?
the administration has emphasized that it will be reviewing a US's criteria should have no reason for concern. Meanwhile, dozens of senior US aid officials have been placed on leave, while lower-level staff have been accused of attempting to circumvent the order. Trying to shut down early criticism, the State Department has insisted that its funding freeze is already working. Quoting them again.
Oh, yeah, it's already working on causing a lot of sorrow, yeah.
We are rooting out waste. We are blocking woke programs, and we are exposing activity.
We are blocking woke programs. What does that mean? Are the programs trans? We are blocking woke programs.
That run contrary to our national interests. So according to the State Department, the funding freeze provides a key incentive for aid programs to share details that the State
chaos.
Department says they otherwise wouldn't. And
yeah, chaos. It's called chaos. They end up sharing information that they normally wouldn't.
Threat to their bottom line. The other thing to understand is that although the United States is technically...
It is a threat to their bottom line. Chaos is always really bad for a government. A government is not fit for this sort of anarchy. It's really not. Government is not a shop for anarchy. It's like ships.
It's right to freeze these monetary allocations. The impact of US money around the world is quite simply different than the impact of money from other nations. The US has been regarded for many decades as among the most reliable, stable sources of aid money anywhere on the planet, while simultaneously spending more by a wide margin than any other nation. What that means in a practical sense is that international aid organizations have spent decades treating...
So we have a good reputation. We're the #1 philanthropists of all time. I don't think they'll mind if we take a pause here and we explain that we kind of raided a country for 23 years and we're out of materials.
American aid as the cornerstone of humanitarian relief programs. Budgets are built and funds are allocated on the core premise that
and bridges are crashed into.
No matter what else goes sideways, no matter who else pulls up funding unexpectedly, that American money is as dependable as the sunrise. A portion of the American voting public might say it's unfair, and perhaps that's a fair critique. But the reality is that while aid groups might make sure to allocate an unexpected promise of money from, say, Turkmenistan toward initiatives that can easily be shut down if the Turkmen president for life decides to pull up stakes, or while they might be able to pivot relatively easy if, say, Slovenia decides it can't hit its aid commitment in a given year, that flexibility and redundancy is possible because American aid is so dependable. What then? When that American money disappears, an outsized portion of it disappears from programs where it's really important, that money never disappears. Now, should the system work that way? Quite frankly, that's somebody else's argument to have.
Yeah, I don't know.
Regardless of the decisions that brought the world to this point, this is where we are now, and America's funding freeze must be interpreted within that context. The reaction from international aid workers, quite predictably, has been one of outright panic. A range of prominent humanitarian leaders have issued condemnations against the decision, attempted to draw attention toward the tens of millions of people who will be placed at risk, and underscored the reality that the disappearance of American aid, in particular, simply wipes out a massive chunk of the budget for critical programs. Adding to the confusion is a prohibition that keeps American officials, particularly those with US aid,
For some reason, it keeps coming up on the stream over and over again. But I think we are doomed to repeat the last 100 years because we didn't learn. We didn't learn. If we're this xenophobic in America at the end of the century after the Holocaust, we didn't learn, and we're doomed to repeat it. And so I think we're doing I think right now we're in the middle of the roaring fucking 20s. It's like 2025. It's the middle of the fucking 20s. We've got maybe 10 to 11 years before another really massive fucked up world war, probably here this time. Where else would it be? Why would it be in Germany unless Germany's planning to put another Hitler up or something like that? It wouldn't be in Germany. I don't think it would be in Russia or China. So where else would it be? It's going to be here. Somebody will do something to us and we'll end up in a terrible war. It's like not too good. We're repeating all of the same things. And so then we're going to be like, it's this one race's fault that this happened. And we're going to try and gas them. It's insane. It's like fucking fucked up. I don't want to repeat all this. We learned our lessons. We know how bad World War II was. Most of our kids hate Nazis. Most of them. Like, I don't really understand. Like, I don't understand why you seem like really hell-bent on repeating all of this.
Communicating with partners and contractors except to explain that funds have been paused.
I mean, what was if we look at the timeline of World War II... So, yeah, I mean, according to the timeline, it's September 1st, 1939, and I was like, I'm fairly sure it started in 36, but it's actually 39. I always thought of the war starting in 36, because they started getting scared in 36, I thought. But no, the war itself actually started in 39. And that's a while from now. That's still another 15 years, but it's still only like 15 years. And I'm really scared that we're doomed to relive out the 19th century again because we didn't learn. I bet we do another World War. I bet we do another Vietnam. I bet we do another fucking Afghanistan. It's fucking crazy. Every 30 years or something like that. It's not good. I don't like this stupid shit because by the time that happens, 3 generations before have passed and we just don't remember. Like I guarantee my grandfather remembered the ravages of World War II very, very fucking well, but he's passed and he's been passed for I don't know, 20 years, something. Yeah, about 20 years, I think. And that's the problem. We don't have the grandfathers to go back to now. In about another 5 or 10 years, they'll all be gone. And there'll be no grandfather to go back to now to ask him what to do about this. There'll be no elder that knew what happened even. And with that, when their generation dies, with that, all of the knowledge of what World War II was like or what to do at each stage or how to react or what the tricks were or the tricks that they played or anything like that. Not only is it unlikely to get it now because they're like 90 years old and they probably can't really form the words that well anymore, they're so old, but it's also like, they probably couldn't do dissertations on it anyways to help save our armed forces. We don't know what to look for with this war because of the amount of time that spans between this, which is like about 100 years. 5 generations pass and nobody remembers what the fuck happened in the last crazy World War. And I really don't think they remember World War I at all. I do. I don't remember it, but I mean, I remember what happened. I remember Battle of Hastings stuff and all this other stuff. But like, I don't remember like the timelines usually that well about the years and all this. So if it's a cycle doomed to repeat, like some kind of psychotic fucked up cross between Groundhog Day and Back to the Future, if we don't learn from the fucking terrible racism of World War II, if we don't actually, like, you guys don't like woke, but to me, all woke is the combating of that. It's understanding that we didn't learn the mistakes of all that racism of World War II. So we're condemned to repeat it, and we're right on time for that cycle to start over again. We're right on fucking time. I'm surprised we haven't had a World War I already. I mean, yeah, I think you can kind of call Afghanistan like another World War I. It didn't involve the whole world, thank God, but it did concern the whole world in a really, really scary way. It affected the whole world. It was kind of like a Cold World War, It was like a Cold World War. We went there and acted like we weren't sacking a country. It was insane. It was like a Cold World War. So Now, maybe you could call Afghanistan World War One. It ended about 1923. Do you begin to see what I fear? I fear that we didn't learn from any of this stupid shit, and we still keep backing right-wing, genocidal, fucking racist morons. Even in our leadership, we keep doing it. And this is what you think woke is. You think woke is trying to get you to accept pronouns about trans and disabled people and stuff like this, or whatever, or gay people. And it's not that. It's understanding the mistakes of your casual racism and how quickly it blooms into some kind of crazy fucking Holocaust. It does. Racism is incendiary. It blooms into this terrible, terrible thing so fucking quickly. If you add religious wars and blood wars and promised land wars and Zionist wars on top of it, you don't get any better results. That just makes it fucking worse. The world's a fucking powder keg. So like, what do you do to stop this? You stop, look, and listen, just like we did with the nuclear war stuff. Stop, or stop, drop, and roll, or whatever. You know, you stop, drop, and roll. You stop, look, and listen, and you're like, okay, we got a lot of bad stuff coming, and this is because we didn't really learn the respect lesson, which is that the last time somebody tried to conduct race relations on this massive level, there was a Holocaust. And that goes for Israel, Palestine. This goes for Russia, Ukraine. This goes for any American entanglements with BRICS or anybody else. It goes for trade wars and economic wars that don't even spill blood. It's kind of crazy. It goes on. It goes for the whole fucking world, because it's like that brief period between World War One and World War Two again. But these are going to be cold versions of World War One and World War Two. I think they'll be terrible. And there might even be like a Holocaust and FEMA camps and stuff like that. But that's my fear. I'm not prophesying it. I'm saying we did not learn the same racism that the Nazis engaged in World War II is the same racism, exact same. There's no difference. There's a difference in the target. That's it. They're targeting Mexicans instead of Jews. But the racism is the exact same. The racism is the exact same. We haven't committed a Holocaust yet, but I mean, we have treated the Mexicans now about the same as we had the Jews. I think it was the same complaints. I think the Germans were complaining that the Jews were coming in from all different countries and taking the money and not putting it back into the economy, or that not taking, but but earning the money and not putting it back into the economy, sending it overseas, or that kind of thing that you hear all the right-wing Republican shitheads say all the time. It's like America did not learn to not be like Hitler. When we hold all of these weird biases against Mexicans, and when I say we, I mean you, I mean the Republican Party. I don't have this issue. You have weird biases towards Mexicans and Asians and Chinese and Pinoy and South Korean and definitely North Korean, and I definitely feel that one. I get you. There's all these crazy genocidal maniacs with their finger on the fucking nuclear trigger. But like, this is such an untenable situation that the only way out of it is to learn from the mistakes of the past. Your racism is exactly the same as Hitler's anti-Semitic racism. It's just for a different race. The Republican racism towards the Mexican people is not on the same homicidal level right now, currently, as the Nazis were towards the Jews in the Holocaust. But it is the exact same hate. It's for a different target, but the hate itself remains the same. It is racist, fucked up judgment hate that shouldn't be there, that just has no place. It has no place. You think that because some people committed some crime somewhere that you can judge an entire race of people? No. God and every good person that's ever like graced the human race, or whatever the fuck you want to call it, has spoken out against that sort of thing. We don't judge entire human races on the actions of a few bad eggs. We don't do that. Trump does that, and Hitler does that, and fucking Satan does that, and Satan's army does that, and Satan's armies do that. But we don't do that. We, as civilized Americans or good people, do not just fucking judge people on the color of their skin and write them off and kick them out of our country. We were doing it right now. We do this, but I mean, like, but we can't do it morally. We cannot do it with dignity. We cannot do it with respect. We have no capable like reach for that. We have no battle plan to do that stuff with any sort of way without ending race relations of between white America relations and Latino Mexican relations for the next like 500 years. The Mexicans are gonna fucking hate us, and that doesn't work. They're our closest friends. We talk about invading Canada like it's Poland or something because they always kind of were America or something like that. Do you understand how much this sounds like we're just repeating the last century exactly over again? We went through dubstep the way we went through jazz. We went through, or EDM, whatever you call it. We went through EDM the way that we went through jazz in the 20s, in the aughts. In the aughts and the 20s, we went through EDM the way we went through jazz. It's the same stuff, just a different digital layer with a Cold War layer over it. We're all doomed to repeat like Great Gatsby suddenly came into fucking vogue again because we are sort of living in Great Gatsby. It's sort of like Gladiator. We're seeing the end of the fall of Rome when pleasure and money and corruption is the law of the land. It's just not good. And so what do? We remain decent. We don't give in to this terrible xenophobic racism that isn't based on anything. These people came over here without our permission. Yes. They trespassed. Yes. We trespass on them when we threaten to kick them out. We do the same trespass back. Remember, they're our closest neighbors and friends. I hate to say this, but Mexico is our closest neighbors and friends. Not only in America, but in Mexico too. They're like our closest neighbors and friends. Like all their kids play with our kids. All of their neighbors are our neighbors. We have neighboring countries. We love them like we love Canada. They are us. They are us. They are America. It's fucking stupid. They comprise like 28% of our population or something like that. They are America. They're fucking insane. We are in the minority because of people like them. They are America. They are the majority. We must respect like they did for us when we were in the majority. We must respect them when they're in the majority because you know how mankind works. The horde speaks for all. Numbers speak. Quantity over quality with humanity. It's like that. So yeah, the masses speak and they have demanded some kind of sacrifice towards some other racial entity that they can't even really identify what it is. Is it Arabs? Is it Mexicans? Is it Chinese people? I mean, which of these weird foreigners do you hate more with your weird racist ass? I don't know. It's hard to define. Do you hate China more? Do you hate the Middle East more? Do you hate Spain? Do you hate fucking Portugal? Do you hate Venezuela? You seem to hate Venezuela. You seem to hate all of South America, essentially. You don't seem to like Brazil very much because you're scared of BRICS. It's kind of insane. You're like kind of scared of Brazil. You're like scared of Brazil. You've never treated Brazil that well. You've never had a very good opinion. America has never had that good of opinion of Brazil. In the gaming community, we love BR. Shout out to BR. Shout out to my friend. He's from Brazil. I can't think of his fucking name because I'm bad at names. He would hate that I can't remember, but I can't. I just don't. I've got brain damage. I can't remember. It's I'll think of it. He's a really good friend, but I can't think of his fucking name right now. I'm terribly sorry. But BR to the death of him, and he was a really good guy. I can't think of him. But I can't think of his name. I can't think of it. I meet so many people, I can't keep it straight. This is one of the reasons why I'm probably a bad streamer. It's really hard. This is one of the reasons why I don't do the chat. I have brain damage, and it's hard to track who is who and who says what. No. And who talked to me when about what. It's all this blur of hashish and marijuana and methamphetamine and heroin and alcohol over like a 40-year period and shit to slow base my brain like that fried egg and the fucking Dare commercial and stuff. And I can't remember. Jigsaw. I got it. I have fried eggs for a brain, but I got it. His name is Jigsaw.
For our party at Warfront.
Jigsaw! He used to have me yell something, and I can't remember what it is. He would ask me in the chat. He would be like, yell something, and I can't remember what it is. It was like something he wanted me to be like secret pen pal friends about. And I was like, okay, I'll yell whatever it is you want me to yell. And I can't remember what it is. I can't remember. But I like BR. They've always been really wonderful, passionate people when they're around me. I've always liked Brazil.
We think it's worth
That's weird because we fear BRICS. I learned yesterday that we fear BRICS more than we do China. We fear BRICS. That's Brazil's NATO American alliance.
One more time, that while direct military aid...
They have more money. They have more money than us. Brazil has more money than America now. Did you guys know that? It may not be true in terms of it's not probably true in terms of our investments and our capital, but it is true in terms of liquid. Brazil did not fuck up their economics like we did for the last 50 years. And now they all have nice computers and nice cars and nice jobs and stuff. And they're seeing what we saw in like the fucking 50s and 60s and shit when everybody's able to buy a house and all this stuff. And Brazil will become more powerful than America if we don't like stop fucking up like this. We have to stop fucking up like this. We can't let Trump set us back with race relations with the entire world. We cannot do that. It actually has costs, really bad ones. Like, for instance, I learned yesterday from that really good video that we watched that everybody in the world except for America right now is able to buy like a $3,000 really good, what was it called? It was like BRX or BRT or something like that. There's like this foreign Tesla brand that's competing with Tesla, that's going at it from the lower classes point of view as opposed to from shitty ass Elon Musk's point of view of charging you $60,000 for a Tesla van, or even more, like $300,000 for a Tesla car or whatever, right? And so some competitor, it was like BRX or something like that, I forget the name of it, but they're in every other foreign country that's in the BRICS alliance, which is the Brazil alliance with everybody that's in the alliance with Brazil. And so they sell to Europe, they sell to Brazil, they sell to China, they sell to everybody that doesn't have tariffs with them. We're like the only one that has tariffs with them. So they don't sell us electric, half electric, half gasoline cars that they've been doing tech to mass produce for the sheer masses of Asia and Europe for like 25 years. This is the Tesla tech done from a utilitarian perspective, with an intent it being the people's car, like Hitler did with the VW Bug, that if it breaks down you can fix it. It's only $300. It's cheap. It'll get you anywhere. It never breaks down. It's a really reliable car and all that stuff. And that's what they built. They built this BRX, like $2,000 or $3,000. It's like 3,000 euros or something. It's like 3,000 euro BRX, fucking weird BRD or something like that. I forget the name of the brand because I've never heard of it before. But it's like this car that everyone in the world owns except for America. America pays between $24,000 and $48,000 for any of the cars on the market, basically somewhere between 12 and 48, I think it is. The average is 24, which is insane when you think that most of the rest of the world has paid for, loved, and used half gas, half electric cars for like 18 years at something like 1/19 of the fucking price or something like that. And yeah, they used that money that they didn't spend on that fucking $30,000 car or whatever, and they used it to go to college, and they used it to pay for wine and happiness and drugs and cigarettes and food and stuff that we can't really afford because we're like poor Americans now. And they're happy, and they go to work because they have a car, and the car lasts for 20 years because it's a good, reliable, mass-produced tiny car about the size of a Geo Metro. It's not very big, but it's definitely like a fucking, it's like a fucking, it's a fucking car that will not break down. It will break down, but it won't, it's not expensive to fix, and it's not problematic to the environment, and it's not expensive to produce, and it's pretty much running most of the world's transportation needs. And the guy was talking about basically you could just take every car in the world that's currently here in the Carmageddon, and you could just scrap them for their resources and stop the fucking Carmageddon completely. And you could do one of three things. You could either do only trucks, do only trains, or do only really cheap BRX cars that are like $2,000 that you rent out to anybody who needs a car the second that they need it. And when you're done with it, you leave it on a sidewalk somewhere and some other person picks it up when they need to drive it. And then you deal with some kind of Uber service. And we did have not successful really, but we had services that tried to do this for the country earlier, but kind of failed. But now I want to relook at that technology. This guy makes this point about how there's more cars than people, and we can't possibly afford to pay for, we couldn't afford to pay to produce all these cars that we don't use. And when a car is owned, it's barely ever used. It sits in the parking spot for 18, 20, 24 hours a day, something like that, depending on, what the usage of the family or the person who owns the car is. And then it sits there gathering dust and adding to our pollution blueprint basically for the rest of the time. And then it's sold for scrap and crushed into a cube, and it's like the most wasteful thing America has ever engaged in, beyond government cheese, I think. And government cheese wasn't as bad as this. And so yeah, all those cars are a fucking problem. So the plan is to act like Sim City and run a light rail down every street, even rural streets, and run a light rail down every fucking street past every house in America and link all of them together so that you can ride a fucking light rail from San Francisco to downtown Bronx. And they mean to do this too. And that kind of growth will put America into a golden era again and golden age. But that's not what we did. We bought Teslas from stupid ass Elon for $40,000 or more. That's not what we did. We bought cars and SUVs for like $65,000. We did not buy good, cheap, like hybrid $3,000 cars that get you to work no matter what, that you can afford when you're a poor student and all this, right? If you need to make payments on this $3,000 car, they're like, oh shit, like the car dealer's like, oh yeah, we sell billions of these. You need a payment plan on this $3,000 car? Sure, yeah, you can make 30 payments of $100, and the poor person's like, I could drive off the lot with $100 payment, and the guy's like, yeah, you can go off the lot with $100 payment. If you stick me on the $2,900, I'll come to your house and waste your family because I'm a fucking used car salesman. Don't fuck with me, right? The guy in the lot probably threatens you. He's like, I'll come waste your family if you do that to me. But he's like, no, yeah, you can roll off this lot with $100 payment on a $3,000 car, and it's got 0 miles. It's got good air conditioning. It's got good heat. It doesn't have like luxury to it, but it's got working, moving windows. It probably even has like stuff like GPS in it and stuff like that because the cell phone tech has gotten cheaper. It's probably got like a map on it and stuff like this. And it's kind of insane. And like, yeah, and I think like, what could that do for America? $3,000 cars for everybody, and get rid of all these fucking gas wasters that destroy the economy. Shred the metal and use it for something else, like space flight. Take all the cars that we've got and convert them into spaceships so we can go to space, and just put light rails wherever there's roads. And that was the solution to pretty much all of America's problems. It solves the rent crisis because everything becomes affordable again. The car materials stimulate the economy in a way where the builders aren't so unhappy with letting the rent go for cheaper and all this other stuff. And it's not this bad of a plan. It's worked before for America, kind of. The electrical car revolution was actually very, very good for America, and so was the marijuana revolution. We've seen what introductions of tech can do, and destabilizations of black markets and stuff like that. That's the sort of stuff that we must do. We must destabilize and legalize destabilize all of these black markets, from Bitcoin to child porn to fucking guns, or ghost guns, or violence, or assassinations, or drugs. All those black markets must go, and we should just sell those things. If you want to kill somebody, I mean, honestly, I don't think a murder cult should ever be like I don't think we ever need the Morag Tong or the Assassin's Guild or anything like that. But I mean, I'm actually not that uncomfortable with a syndicate providing legal assassinations for politicians. It's actually fucking crazy, but I'm actually a lot more comfortable with that and having it be charted legally than I am with the lies about JFK that tears apart the country for 70 years. If we had just known that it was some Morag Tong council dude who was paid by the CIA, by Republicans who don't like JFK, who just wasted JFK with a high power rifle from across the street at the book depository and stuff, the country wouldn't have wondered for 70 years how bad this was. We're still pressuring Trump to get the news or the truth about that stuff. And like, honestly, I would be actually okay with if they had just been like, it's a Morag Tong assassin from the CIA who was driving the car, and he turned around and capped JFK in the head, and then they did their little CIA spec ops thing, and they tried to pretend that it was a high power rifle from the book depository or whatever, right? And like, and this matters because we get our closure. We realize that the world's a cold place. It's just shitty. We don't want to accept it. We want to disband the Morag Tong. But I mean, we kind of do have paid assassination syndicates. That's what the CIA is. What's the difference between a syndicate and the CIA? I don't really see a fucking difference. We have paid CIA assassins. Why don't we have paid syndicate assassins? They're sort of the same. Now, am I promoting assassination? No. I'm saying I would promote assassination over mystery. I would rather have like somebody paying like $10 billion to waste out like some American fucking despot or something like that, and not wonder what happens. You understand? The mystery damages the country, and I don't think this would ever really happen in like an Asian like design culture. I mean, it happens, corruption and stuff like this, but I think most of their assassination is kind of done out in the open, like assassins and stuff, to let the people know not to fucking step on the poor, Most assassinations were about scaring larger clans out of beating smaller clans to death. That's what assassins were started about. Like, I think about this all the time. I'm like, honestly, if we could just get the truth from these piece of shit politicians, they lie about aliens, they lie, or whatever we've seen. I don't know what it is, some kind of an unidentified thing. I don't know what we've seen, but whatever. I've seen proof of it, but I don't know what's what. I don't know. They lie about aliens. They lie about the assassinations. They lie about aid overseas. They lie about their racism. They lie about what's going on in the background. They lie about the filibuster. They lie about what they're gonna do. They drop bombs and they move fast and they cut aid in a single day and all this stuff. They lie a lot, right? But like, why? We don't need all that stuff. If you were just like, okay, an army novel virus got out of one of the world's labs, and pretty much all of the world governments are complicit. We don't know what happened. And they say, and I wish the government would just be honest, we don't know what happened, but we suspect that some kind of army lab virus got loose. And we don't think it was an American lab. We think it was a Chinese lab, but we don't know what happened. And it's not anybody's fault, and we're not mad at anybody. We're just going to try and recover from the fucking virus. That's what the government should have said. Instead, we get China virus from fucking Trump and a bunch of Chinese fucking racism that sets us back in fucking Americo-China relations for fucking 2,000 years or something like that. For what? Over a fucking epidemic that lasted 4 years? You set us back with China for 500 years because of an epidemic that lasted like 3.5 years. Well, do the math on that, Trump. It's like you fucking fucked our diplomacy at a rate of 125x or something like that. You're at a rate of 125x. Most people fuck up and it's only like a 2x loss. You when you lose, it's like at 125x loss or something like that. Like when most people catch felonies, they only get like one. You get 34.
Has been impacted. The majority of the aid freezes impacting conflict zones is going to impact the most vulnerable non-combatants across the world. As we expressed at the outset of today's episode, American partisan politics, they're not our purview, but people caught in the crossfire of global conflicts very much are. And while the Trump administration is working to frame its aid freeze as a net win for the United States, and particularly...
Yeah, we win from this. We save money because we spend money on hoes overseas. It really is like that. I consider how much money we spend on people who want to fight wars with each other about as evil as like spending money on hoes. It's kind of the same thing. It's about the same dirty, sinful business. It's like you're essentially fighting that person by just giving the money to their fucking enemy, which is your friend. Which is still you sort of fighting them. It's the same thing as America it's the same thing. I kind of feel like America is fighting Palestine right now. I kind of feel like America is fighting Russia right now through Cold War proxies because we fund the underdog who's losing the battles against them.
American taxpayer.
Or, I mean, I wouldn't say Israel's losing at all.
Simplification to say that the United States benefits.
I don't think Israel's gonna lose. I don't think Israel's at risk of lose. I don't even think if America and Israel got in a fight, Israel would be at much of a position of a loss. That's another thing about Israel. We seem to be freaked out and we really want to help them because they do need help. But when I think of self-reliant, more capable countries that can deal with the ravages of some bad news, Israel's one of them. Israel is a very strong people. They don't deserve it. They don't deserve for us to cut out and leave them like that in a single day's warning or something like that. They just don't deserve that kind of shabby treatment as friends. They don't. But I mean, they are strong people. If there was anybody who could survive the you know, if there's anybody who can survive the deprivation of American fucking, I don't know what you would call this, disregard, it would be them. They've got the weapons, the knowledge, the tech. They've got the cell phone spies and the fucking and Operation Ivy cables, and they've got their finger on the pulse of what's happening in the intelligence community, probably better than America does. And so if I were to have faith of any of these allies doing well without our friends, it is actually Israel. It's kind of insane. Of all these people, I don't really trust Palestine to make it through this, which is kind of weird. But I trust Israel. And I do trust Ukraine to win the war. I don't think they've got the resources to do it unless we back them. If we back them, then we're just fighting Russia. It's the same thing as fighting Russia. This is what it always has been with Russia. The bear is like, don't poke the bear. And we're like, but we love poking bears. We're the hottest guy on the block. We poke bears for a living. We go and stick our thumb up its butthole and try to piss it off. You know, we love pissing off bears. We go stick our thumb up its butthole like a good white man or whatever. And the Russians like, don't poke the bear. I'm fucking warning you. I come from the fucking gulag. I don't fuck around like you, and I don't run fucking pansy-ass fucking do-nothing congresses like you. I just tell them what to do. You know, and they're not weak like us, and then they bend Trump over, and then they force us to fight them in a war where we don't ever fire a shot at them. We just run out our coffers, giving it to somebody who loses. It's not a bad strategy. You can't see it. If you can't see it, then you don't have any qualified fucking diplomats. If the American diplomats can't whisper this in Trump's ear, then we don't have good American diplomats. That's the fucking strategy. You can see it from the world scale really fucking easily. If we're drained out because we constantly pay hoes overseas because they're our best friends and all this, our worst enemies don't even have to fight us. We just end up destitute on the fucking corner.
Assessments on how
paying hoes overseas.
Story plays out.
So yeah, we do cut out, but we don't do it overnight. We say 2 years. That's about how long these wars will probably last anyways. We don't cut out immediately. That was not what I was saying. When I thought you were going to say yes to like getting out of foreign fucking entanglements and all this stuff and not paying hoes overseas, you know what I'm saying? They want to fight wars with each other. Like, I don't know. And by hoes, I mean like shitty world governments that are homicidal and genocidal and shit. And that's what I mean. I don't mean some disrespect to women or hookers. They're fine. I don't care about them or them selling sex or anything like that. I'm talking about hoes overseas that we seem to have an addiction to handing money to, like they're hookers or something like that. It's fucking weird. We are fighting Russia when we give Ukraine money. We are fighting Palestine when we give Israel money. We are fighting them. This is something that idiot Trumpers can't seem to understand. We are fighting these people when we back them. This is what the Democrats couldn't understand. This is what the idiot fucking Joe couldn't understand. You hand a bunch of money to somebody who's fighting somebody. You are in a fucking fight with them. A Fortnite player would understand it. A 12-year-old who plays Fortnite would understand this. You have a third party. In the gaming scene, we call this third party. You came in as a third party. People who are fighting knockdown, drag-out PvP fights really fucking hate third-party people who come in and fucking meddle in their fucking business. They're just in a drag-down, meddle-out fight, and they might lose a definite win because of you. They might win a definite loss because of you, and they're not really sure what it's going to be, but they don't like, in war, they don't like, fucking random chance like that. They don't like open circumstance like that. They like known. They don't like unknowns in war. So when they don't know what you're going to do, they get scared. What do they do when they get scared? They get you mired up in world politics with your best friends. They bully your best friends, and you pay out all the rest of your money after you sacked fucking Afghanistan like some kind of Rust Raider or some kind of Somali pirate or something like that. We literally did act like Somali pirates there. We're reprehensible on the fucking world stage. We don't have good world politics right now as Americans. We don't look good in Europe's eyes. We constantly tariff people. We sat in Afghanistan without anybody's permission for 23 fucking years like we owned the place, and the world did not like that. Britain did not like that. Britain and America acted like weird fucking cohorts in their weird 9/11 thing against invisible gangsters in the sky called Osama bin Laden that suddenly come out of caves and outsmart the CIA somehow. And all this weird lies that the right wingers running our fucking deep state shadow government told the Cheneys of the world. And I don't know what all's true and what's false in any of this. I'm just telling you what I think is happening. And I don't know. Like, if it's a game of Risk, like, let's play a world political game of Risk or something like world politics map, right? Politics map. And we can like interactive world politics map or whatever, right? Interactive world politics map. It's weird. I'm going into Rust and I'm starting to feel it. Like, I've got about 40 minutes until the Rust medieval wipe, and I'm starting to get excited. You ever get that feeling about a new game? I'm starting to get that fucking feeling. It's going to be great. I think it's going to be amazing. So anyway, I'm excited, and we're going to give some good content here. But here's a political map, interactive political or 3D map of the world, right? So why is it so small? Are you this incompetent or what? This is how incompetent you are down at Google or whatever it is? Or no, this is someone else. Oh, never mind. I thought this was Google. No wonder. Never mind. Get out. World map, political, click a country. Thank God. Here we go. This is what I'm looking for, right? So, Russia wants to fuck with the U.S. over the Cold War. They're pissed off. They felt that like without them, they wouldn't have. Without them, Russia and United States starts this fight. Are you this incompetent? You are. You can't even handle what you said you would do. These websites don't work anymore because you piece of shit, fucking like these piece of shit software developers are just like, you know, the global state of democracy. It's the global state of democracy. Interactive map. Go. Will one of these work? Let's go. There you go. There you go. So we have problems, world problems that have stemmed for like 100 fucking years. Germany, the right wing in Germany does not like us. Now, finding Germany on the map might be kind of troublesome without fucking names. You fucking idiots, software developers. You don't want to put fucking names on a fucking map. You fucking idiots. Anyways, I forget where Germany is in this mess. There's Ukraine. There's Poland. Germany, right? But it's too small. Make it bigger. So Germany in this mess, right, is right there. Germany is pissed off at the entire world. The right-wingers in Germany are pissed off at the entire fucking world because of the Treaty of Versailles was kind of a backstab, and we blamed all of World War I on Germany, which is kind of weird. That's like blaming all of World War II on Germany, but many, many terrible Axis powers did many, many terrible things, even like Korea. You know what I'm saying? Like even Koreans did lots of terrible things. Like everybody in the world was fucked up in World War II and World War I. To blame Germany and force them to pay all of the Allied powers for World War I was the ultimate insult, and it should have happened, but it shouldn't have been as much as we charged for as long as we charged. It was like 20 years from like 1916 until like 1936 or something like that. It bankrupted Germany, it fucked Europe, it screwed the Jews living in Germany, it screwed the Germans living in Germany, it screwed the Austrian Jews, it screwed everybody. So so the world's reeling after World War I, and Germany and the US get in their fucking problem, and then they have another problem with World War II. Now, I don't know if you guys recall, but how we won World War II is the Eastern Front, which is Russia, pushed left through Belarus, Poland, and Czechia, if I recall, and closed the pincher to Germany. And the West, US, Canada, Australia, Mexico, all of the North American alliance, the NATO alliance, the alliance powers, right? The alliance powers came in through Normandy, somewhere around here in like France, right? Like in the Netherlands and stuff, Normandy, Belgium, France, they came in this whole area. And we pinchered in from the left, and the Russians pinchered in from the right. Now, we had money and time, and we had bailed out Britain's, there's an old Simpsons joke about this. We saved your ass in World War II, and Homer Simpson goes, oh yeah, well, we saved your ass in World War III. And I wonder, and this is true, without the Brits, we couldn't have done World War II, and without us, the Brits would have starved to death, because they were getting shelled on an island for like 10 years or something. It was like 5 years. It was terrible. It was like Germany just started dropping bombs on New York. It would be the same thing as somebody dropping bombs on New York for 10 years. That's what happened to London. It's fucking terrible. There's a good show called Unexploded Bomb that talks about this, about what it's like for poor RAF dudes who have to crawl into holes of bombs that fall from German planes in the middle of London that might blow up and take out 4 to 6 city blocks and all the people inside and all this. And so they send down some dude who does a shot, fucks his girlfriend the night before, kisses her before he goes down in the hole, and then he goes down there and he disarms the fucking bomb. And Unexploded Bomb is one of the coolest shows I've ever fucking seen. They call it UXB. I think that was the RAF or one of those. Might have been MI6. I'm not sure. One of those specialties, but one of those specialty guys. They would like kiss their girlfriend. They would drink a glass of wine or pound half a bottle of vodka or something, get their will up, and then they would go down there and disarm an unexploded bomb, and it could kill them. It could kill all the people standing around the hole. It could kill his boss who's standing there, who's required by the crown to be there and watch what he's doing. There's all this shit, and so they go down there and they've got these kits and these pliers and stuff. So London had it pretty fucking bad. They're like, we need, the Allies have to help us. The Allies have to help the Russians. Germany Germany wanted to kill Britain and pretty much did, but Germany ended up fighting the Eastern Front with Russia and losing. They freeze their fucking balls off, and this is the most powerful information that I can impart in this little history lesson, is do not fuck with Russia ever except in the summer. And if you do fuck with them, expect it to cost you. They've never lost. They've never really lost. They just hole up in the winter, and anybody attacking them freezes to death, and they lose. That's what happened to Hitler on the Eastern Front. That's what happens to anybody who fucks with Russia, and everybody fucks with Russia. They see how big Russia is. They see how much natural land and resources are being gathered in Moscow from all over this huge continent. They see that the continent is pretty much the size of North America, but it's only one country. It's just Russia. And so they think, oh, I've got to take whatever Russia's got. It's happened for thousands and thousands of years, and this is why the bear does not like being poked. Now, Putin wouldn't like me saying it like this, but it is true. He might like it, actually. It is true. Every 100 years, and we don't know, because every time there's some world war or some problem with Russia or whatever, everybody in the world tries to sack Russia or whatever, and they defend, and they have friends, so their friends fight our friends, and their friends fight their friends. Sometimes America exists in this, and sometimes it doesn't, because it's earlier. And yeah, we fight Russia. You know, we fight Russia every once in a while. Everybody in the world sees how big they are, and they go in there like it's snow and rust, and they want to raid these snow bases because they know how rich the Romanovs are. They know how rich the bear is. They absolutely do. They know how rich that bear is. Everybody in the world knows how rich that bear is. America knows. Even Canada knows. Everybody knows how rich this country is. You can see how shitty fucking Moscow is and poor it is. And this is not like it's a bad city. It's a beautiful, one of the greatest cities in history. You know, Constantinople and St. Petersburg and fucking Russia and Moscow and all this. Beautiful places spawned the best writers in history and all this other stuff. It's always been a really wonderful country, Russia. But Russia has its reasons for fucking with us. We weren't that cool to Russia after World War II. Russia doesn't like us, but they'll leave us alone. They've warned us forever. They're like, nah, we love you. They've always said this. They're like, we love you. If you don't poke the bear and don't fuck with us and don't tell us how to run our country and don't fucking mess with how we do our gulags and our jails and our prisons and our politics, we will not hurt you. We will not fight you. And Russia proved this during the entire Cold War, where I'm not sure they ever fired a shot. Was there a shot fired during the Cold War? I think there was. Was there shots fired in the Cold War between U.S. and Russia? I'm not sure there was. I think there was, but it wasn't very much, you know? I don't think so. They call there was no direct battles. I'm sure there was like some flare-ups at the border where some dude got shot because they thought he was actually like somebody who was in white. I'm kidding. But you know, sorry, that's kind of what I think of white people in the human race. I'm sure that they killed somebody who was in white, you know? I'm sure they did. But you know what I'm saying? But as for like Russia killing the United States in the Cold War, no, that's why they called it the Cold War. There was no direct battles or shots fired. They competed through political, economic, and propaganda means. Now, Russia did not like this. And they shouldn't like this, and you as Americans should understand that Russia and Putin does not like this. Russia does not like how uppity America has been in the last 100 years. We are way holier than thou. Our attitude has not been good, and I will tell you why. Our diplomats know, but the rest of the goddamn American population doesn't know somehow, because they don't read books, they don't watch documentaries, they don't pay attention to the wars, they don't watch the media, and I didn't do this either until I was like 30 fucking 4. Well, I did it when I was young, but I didn't do it until I was like 34 or something like that, because I was like, I'm not a journalist. I'm not becoming a journalist yet anyways. And so I'm not a journalist. I don't need to memorize all this stuff. But no, it did turn out to be important. So recall that Russia pinchered Germany in World War II with us. We squeezed them in a pincher thing, along with Britain and France and Belgium and Poland and Ukraine and Belarus. And I guess we could pull a video about the end of World War II if you're not really clear about the series of events. But when Hitler froze his balls off in Russia trying to kill Moscow, he lost on the Eastern Front. He had to retreat, and they fucking chased him all the way the fuck back across Europe to Germany, and they killed him the whole way, and it was just as bad for him as it was them. They didn't have the weapons, the food, or the money to fight him. They were starving in the winter. They were overpopulated. They were out of money. They had been fighting since World War I. They were exhausted. They were not ready to fight this fight, and they did it anyway. They got in it and they stacked dudes in I don't know what's the city. I forgot the name of the city. It's like whatever, St. Petersburg, I think it was. It's St. Petersburg on the Eastern Front or wherever it was. I forget where the Eastern Front was. Where was the Eastern Front? Right. In Russia, right? If we look at the map for the Eastern Front in Russia, it's like from the Baltic Sea north to the Black Sea in the south, encompassing most of Eastern Europe, right? And so they push when Russia pushed back against Germany because they were pinchered, and Hitler was a really bad general and did not know how to lead, and his strategy for letting the Germans win, when I mean that when I say it like that, was to let the Germans win. It was just to like not hold back his generals if they wanted to be homicidal or play Desert Fox and fucking, you know, in Africa, then he let them. If they wanted to be Karl Dönitz and the motherfucking wolf pack in the Atlantic, then he let them. He didn't tell the German generals what to do most of the time. He would order them, but he would not tell them what to do. He would let them come with their ideas. Now that's not the worst plan if they're competent, but most of them weren't. Rommel was, and a bunch of them were, but not all of them. No, not a lot of those German fucking generals were fit to be in that rank and did not make decisions worthy of a wartime general, and definitely left Hitler high and dry with a bunch of their stuff. And Hitler never let one hand know what the other hand was doing, because he came up in a propaganda, spy-laced, terrible CIA type situation in World War II, where he couldn't trust anybody. All the spies wanted to kill him. All the spies gave him terrible information that wasn't always true. They had cracked his code in Britain with the Morse machine, or sorry, what is it? It's you know, the theory of everything thing or whatever. Not theory of everything. What am I thinking of? It's the other movie. Where they cracked the with the Navajo Navajo code cracker, they broke the German Enigma machine, which is how they were doing behind the line communications without being spied on. And when we cracked that, we were able to organize the greatest lie in history, which was that we weren't at D-Day. You know, like the biggest lie that's ever been told in history is, of course, the fact that the concentration camps existed where they were gassing the Jews. That's the worst lie in history. But the other worst lie in history was a good one, just as bad of a lie, with just as much work and power in it, and just as many fucking co-conspirators and liars involved. But America told the second biggest lie of all time, or well, maybe not the second biggest, but somewhere up there in the top 5, which was that we aren't a D-Day. That we convinced them through the cracking of their spy code machine that we weren't going to be a D-Day, but we were, and we spent a year fucking planning to be there, and we didn't tip our hand. We didn't let them know until they saw us pull up at the beach. They didn't know we were coming and stuff, and that's the thing that we're getting at here, and why I'm talking about global politics and all this stuff, right? Is we had to pinch her to get rid of Hitler, or well, really to get rid of Trump, or whatever you want to call it, to get rid of the crazy right-wing dictator that has taken over the world and descended the world into darkness. We had to pincher attack between the Russians and the Americans. Now, I can guarantee there are some old-style Russians who don't believe in Putin's style of leading. They kind of like the old-style Republicans who really didn't agree with how America treated Russia in the Cold War, because without them, we would have lost World War II, and Hitler would have marched on through Washington, D.C. Without the Russians, we would not have won World War II at all. And this is the truth. You can go look it up in the books. This is what all the world historians have agreed on. Without the Russians and the Americans' combined effort, along with the Brits and the Canadians and all the other people in the world at D-Day, and pinchering Nazi Germany, which was foundered, broke, and failed, we never would have won this war. He still had enough clout and enough money and enough generals and enough crazy people to still potentially win that war. We were all broke, all exhausted. Britain was dead and damn near dragged out. It was tapped out, basically. And it was really fucking bad. They weren't tapped out, but they were out. They had been bombed for 5 years, and London was dead, and they live on an island. Where else can they go? They were morally and physically raped and destroyed, and they were despondent, and Churchill was the best that they could summon, and thank God it was. It's just good. But I mean, they did not have a good time. The Brits did not have a good time in World War II. So the Russians did not like that we helped like them. Oh, so they helped us in World War II, but then we turn around and we have the same old fight with them about European dominance and stuff. And they're like, what the fuck are you talking about? The only reason we pushed west is to take land from Germany and fucking Ukraine and Belarus and shit. We got fucked by the Germans. They like the people that got hurt the most in the war were the Nazis killing the Russians. The Russians got fucked on the front the worst out of anybody in the world. It's just the absolute truth. It was like a meat grinder. I think only Dresden was worse. You know what I'm saying? I think only Dresden was worse than what they faced. Like an example would be the Russian soldiers were stacked 10 deep, but there was only one Mosin with like 4 shots. And so the first Russian gets up with the Mosin. He takes a very, very careful sniper shot. And this is how we got Russian snipers and stuff like that. He takes a very, very careful Mosin shot and he dives to the ground to avoid the incoming fire because he's in a Civil War line because they had more people than guns. And then when he dies, the guy behind him picks up the Mosin and takes his shot. He gets mowed down by the Germans and then he drops. And then the next Russian behind him picks up the Mosin, fires another shot. By the 5th guy, they've run out of ammo for the Mosin, and they're howling for ammo. They're not getting it. Right? And then so the Germans carve through another 11 Russians or something like that. So finally the 12th Russian picks up a goddamn another Mosin or whatever their fucking weapon is. I don't even know what their fucking main weapon was at that time. I'm not really a gun guy. And they fucking keep fighting, and this really bothered the Nazis in the end. The Blitzkrieg did not actually stop Russia. The Blitzkrieg had stopped everybody the fuck else, but it did not stop Russia in any way or form. Russia just stacked bodies against it like the Horde in World of Warcraft. They stacked their bodies. Sometimes they didn't even have guns. They were like fucking full-blown, like armed with blades and shit like this, but they were stacked deep like the Civil War, 10, 12 dudes deep, and every time one of them died, another one would just stack up again like a horde and would just replace the dude who just died on the front line. It was really, really terrible. It is the worst conditions that I believe have ever existed in war, was the Eastern Front line that Russia faced against Germany. And the fucked up shit about this is they fought it alone. Nobody else came in and did anything to help Russia whatsoever. Now, Russia was only in like a knockdown, drag-out fight with German, Nazi Germany. They weren't really playing on the world scale in a major way at that time. They were just trying to survive this mess, I think. And so then, Germany set their eyes on taking over Moscow, and this was the last thing that fucking, was it V.I. Lenin, or I forget whoever was even in power at that time. Was it Joseph Stalin or whatever it was? I forget who was in power in World War II. I think it was V.I. Lenin. But the Russians did not like this treatment. And then right after this, United States, we get in a fight about the Cold War. And I don't want to get this wrong because I get scared of being a bad teacher. Mr. Bede is a really good teacher. I aspire to be somebody like him. I don't believe I've got any of this wrong, but I'm going to be definitely careful, and I'm going to pull the Cold War wiki, and I'm going to tell you exactly what the actual staging of this was. It was insane. It does matter to the current thing that we're fighting now. Russia didn't like that we fought the Cold War with them, and we backed a bunch of their worst enemies. And we did this without ever firing a shot, and we did something to the Soviets that they just could not accept, which is that right after they helped us win World War II, we went over there and we fucked with their Cuban Revolution. We fucked with their decolonization. We funded left-wing parties in the Soviet places when they really don't like that shit. They're the Gulag. We included support for anti-communists and right-wing dictatorships and stuff like this. And we just sort of messed with Russia like they were our worst fucking enemy because we were terrified of what the Berlin Wall was going to become. And I believe I got this pretty much, right. The roots of the Cold War can be traced to diplomatic and military tensions preceding World War II, the 1917 Russian Revolution, and the subsequent Treaty of Brest-Litovsk, where Soviet Russia ceded vast territories to Germany, deepened distrust among the Western allies. And the Westerns really didn't trust the Russians because they had to treaty with Germany to stay alive. Allied intervention in the Russian Civil War further complicated relations because we do what we always do. We send spies to go kibitz with whatever they're trying to do like real men. And this is what jades military and world politics is. We go over there trying to act like we know better than them, and we use their spies to do some court shit to fuck with their fucking leaders and shit like this, rather than just letting them fight their problems like real men. That's what we do as the US. We use our CIA's we use the CIA like a surgeon's scalpel, and sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. I admit that sometimes it has been good, but we use our CIA fucking like CIA spook thing as a scalpel to fucking fuck with other countries without ever firing a fucking shot. The Russians don't respect this. And Putin does not respect this. This is the way of a weak man who runs around behind his enemies, hang-stringing them. I've never respected it either. Real men don't respect spies, I don't think. You know what I'm saying? And you know who the Russian spy master is? Putin, right? I don't respect Putin. I don't respect Russian spy masters. That sounds terrible to me. They don't have good reputations. You know what I'm saying? They come from the Gulag. Alarmed the U.S. and they might cause the Gulag too. UK Western leaders saw this as Soviet expansionism clashing with their vision of democratic Europe. Sorry, I skipped the line here. In the immediate aftermath of World War II, disagreements about the future of Europe, particularly Eastern Europe, became central. The Soviet Union's establishment of communist regimes in the countries that it liberated from Nazi control, enforced by the presence of the Red Army, alarmed the US and the UK. And so the Brits and the Americans, they acted like they were better than the Russians, which we're not. We've never been. They are just as technologically, if not more advanced than us. They're just as smart. They're just as good writers. They make just as good music. They're just like China or anybody else. They're not any better or worse than us. They have more people than us, I think, actually, maybe. I'm not really sure. I don't know if there's more Russians than the U.S., but definitely a lot of Russians. And so I don't know about them being inferior to us, but we've treated them like we've had our diplomats and our leadership post-war and Cold War treat them like that, like they were our worst fucking enemy, and thwart them in every single world scale, in every single thing that the Russians did. And the Russians were like, what the fuck is your fucking problem, America? What's your fucking problem? We're like, we don't like communism. And they're like, what the fuck do you care about communism? You're a fucking capitalist. And they're right about this too. They're like, what the fuck do you care about Russians being communists or Cubans being communists? They're like, what the fuck do you care about that? They're like, sure, maybe Cuba lives close to you, but this was the Bears' response to this. They were like, what the fuck do you care about Soviet communism? It's not you. You don't live here. You don't deal with these dictators. They don't. V.I. Lenin and all these other people like Joseph Stalin threatened to nuke you when you poked the bear, but you constantly poke the bear. I mean, we do. We go over there and we stick our fucking thumb up their butthole. That's all Trump's been doing for like 3 weeks, is going over there and threatening them or actually doing tariffs on every one of the crazy genocidal nuclear armed maniacs with their finger on the trigger. That's the first people that he went to. He went to piss off Russia. He went to piss off China. He went to piss off fucking all the communists in the fucking world by pissing off Russia and China. Remember, he's pissed off people by not working with BRICS. He's pissed off people, which is Brazil. He's pissed off people who have more money than us now. He's pissed off Europe, who's pissed off at us for tariffing China, because that affects us. You know, Mexico's pissed at us about this and that. Everybody's fucking pissed at us for no good goddamn reason. And if you recall, we have been the bad actor in the last 100 years. Most Americans don't want to admit this, but it is something that fundamentally needs to occur in order to reach closure about World War I, World War II, Vietnam, and Afghanistan. If you want to get closure about those wars, if you have PTSD and you can't get over it, maybe you fought in them. You know, here's my suggestion to you. Understand, they were necessary wars for America. We were always going to go over there. There was nothing that was going to prevent us from doing that. They played the cards that were necessary to get us to go to those fucking wars. Were they just wars? No. World War II was. But not Vietnam, not Afghanistan, not Kosovo, not the other stuff that we've done. No, not the Cuban Missile Crisis. That was not justified. The communists are the only reason we don't have Nazis strolling through Washington, D.C. But yet we put them through the worst McCarthyism, the worst mistreatment, the worst cyberbullying, the worst, I mean, it really was like telephone bullying, essentially. The worst cyberbullying, the worst PR campaign. We painted fucking communists to be the worst pieces of shit in mankind's history. Maybe worse than the Nazis. The Russians can't understand this. The Russians didn't do the Holocaust. They have their genocides too, but they don't have their Holocaust. They didn't act like that. They stopped the Holocaust. We treated them like they caused it. This caused problems. This is why Putin comes and has Trump come to his, or doesn't come, but Putin has Trump come to Russia, bends him over on his knee diplomatically and dances him around like a fucking puppet and doesn't give a flying fuck to do so. Has zero, compunctions to attack Ukraine, zero restrictions to attack Ukraine. He's not scared to do this. And he knows that it bends America over when he does this because particularly he remembers, and this is so stupid, this is what Putin hates about us, because we're so stupid we can't remember what we did in the last 100 years. That's how stupid America's become. But I remember it. I fucking remember my world history and shit. I remember what we did. We backed every enemy that Russia had in the Cold War. We might have to fight them again over this. We backed every enemy that they had in the Cold War. We pissed in their tea for like 20 fucking years or something like that. We didn't ever fire a shot because we're pussies. We should have just fired a shot. We're pussies like that. But no, we sent the CIA to fuck with the fucking Russians for 20 years. The Russians did not appreciate this. They did not appreciate the Cold War, what it did to their money, their people, their to Moscow, to their stuff. And we should not have done that. We had no business with anything that occurred in Europe after World War II. We had no business. Our only business there was to play world police and play G.I. Joe and stop Hitler. That was it. The rest of that fucking business was 2,000 miles away from the closest American. It was not our business. And yet we dictated how the world politics were going to go like we were the king of the world. We always do this. We played world police and we tried to play world police with Russia like it was our job to fuck with them in the Cold War. It wasn't. They were without their help, we would have lost America entirely in the World War II. I'm dead serious about this. Without the Eastern Russians on the Eastern Front to do the pincher to stop fucking Nazis, we would have lost that war. Everybody in the world has agreed with it. It's kind of insane. We needed Russia in World War II. We actually needed them. Our thank you was the Cold War. They don't like us because of this. The Japanese probably don't like us because we drop bombs on them without warning them first, or at least that's the world story that we tell of all of our kids. So the Japanese kids might not like Americans as much as they should, at least, because we are their friend, which is weird, but they might not like Americans as much as they should because they've seen movies like Grave of the Fireflies by the Chinese and stuff about how terrible that fucking bomb actually is and all this other shit. They've seen crazy animes all of their lives about the ravages of nuclear war because they did see the fucking apocalypse. They saw the apocalypse in Nagasaki and Hiroshima. So and remember, the Japanese run with the Asian Axis powers. They're one of our best friends, and they are our greatest debtor. We owe all of our money to Japan and China. We absolutely do. And so, what does Trump do? He goes and fucks with these people that he doesn't speak their language, doesn't understand their motives, doesn't understand their trade wars. He pisses them off on the one single place you can piss off an Asian, which is messing with their trade. They're actually a really interesting culture who will work with their business and trade partners in whatever way they deem fit and necessary to get that trade complete. Trade is like a holy thing for them. It's insane. It sounds racist when I say it, but it's not. Like, they really believe in this. They believe in good deals, and so do I. I believe in a bazaar being pretty much the mechanism by which runs the Western world and the Eastern world towards success and promised lands and golden ages and all this other stuff, right? I believe our trade to be the fucking chariot by which we ride out of the burning arena, successfully. So as the one surviving gladiator left or whatever, it's sort of insane. Trade is how we do that. So what does Trump do? He goes and fucks with China with tariffs and stuff. I've said this on stream before. You don't do this with Asian and Indian cultures. You don't go to where they live and fuck with their trade culture that they've been doing for 3 million years. You just don't do that. You just don't do it. Nobody in mankind's history has had the audacity to do it. If they do it with swords. We do it with words. Not only do we not not only do we show up like pussies and use the CIA and the media to scare the Asians into believing the tariffs are never going to end or something like this, but I mean, like, overall, it's just bullying these people who lent us money after we broke ourselves in Vietnam and Afghanistan. The only reason America's still around is because and this sucks, but it is true, is because Japan and China loaned us trillions of dollars after we broke ourselves in Vietnam and lost, and broke ourselves in Afghanistan and lost. I wouldn't say that we lost the wars. We just didn't gain anything. It's how a Rust player would look at it. We didn't gain anything from Vietnam or Afghanistan. We gained oil from Afghanistan, but how long are we going to be able to keep that when the rest of the world thinks that they can just sack Afghanistan and get 50 years of oil out of a pipeline and stuff? How long before some other fucking shithead in the world goes and stomps Afghanistan and shuts us out of our pipeline? Do you really think you're going to keep that for 50 years? No, if they see that Trump was successful in stealing, or not Trump, but baby Bush was successful in stealing all the oil in Afghanistan for 50 years and shit, do you think they're really going to let you keep all that crude oil? No, they're rust raiders like you. They're going to show back up in the graveyard of nations, Afghanistan again, and they're going to sack your fucking pipeline, or they're going to stop you. They're going to do it out of greed, and they do this out of joy too. And they think like, oh, America, you have these highfalutin, American ideals that you try to stick to, but when it comes down to it, you drop nuclear bombs on people, and you Cold War Russia after they save you in World War II. And you call communist shitheads when you know that the known world has like 60% of the known world is communist or something like that. That's like calling women shitheads. You do that all the time too. You call women and black people shitheads all the time, and Mexicans and shitheads all the time, and you fucking call like immigrants and communists like fucking shitheads all the time, and you call them names. You come up with interesting, terrible, racist names for them and all this terrible shit. And yeah, they don't forget. And when it comes time for the reckoning or whatever, they don't treat you kindly. They even, especially not Japan and China, because we both owe them each like $1 trillion or something like that. Or maybe it's like 7 trillion. I forget what it is. I don't want to go look at the debt to Asia. It's not so fun when we look at that. And these were our friends. And what do? We piss off Xi Jinping. We talk shit about him for 4 solid years during the Trump fucking election cycle. We scare the shit out of China. We tariff them. Europe tariffs us because we tariff China, because they really don't want us doing that to them. To Europe, it looks like the world stage of politics is now breaking down, and nobody's willing to do business with each other anymore. And they know what that means. Soon the bullets come, They know and they start seeing all the world's ammo sell out, and all the world's PMCs start doing better business, and all the spies start going to work again, and they know what that means. War is coming, and they don't like that, so they fucking tariff America, trying to stop us from doing fucking stupid shit like tariffing China, who we owe like $7 trillion to. Why would you tariff your greatest debtor? No fucking politician with a brain would ever have the gall to do it. Not doing it proves to the world how fucking brain dead piece of shit, stupid, worthless you actually are, Trump. Not doing it, like, honestly, not like to leveling tariffs on China proves how goddamn stupid you are. They are our greatest debtor. There really is no reason for them not to nuke us now. You're fucking stupid. There's not really any reason. They're not going to do that because they love us, and that's what he's counting on. But it's still a bully using bully tactics to exploit love to get what he wants. It won't lead to good things on the world scale. It doesn't ever do. It leads to world wars. It's the shit where you diss your fucking enemy. You forget that he just saved you. You put up a wall like he wasn't your friend that just saved you. You call 60% of the world shitheads just because of their governmental beliefs or their religious beliefs or whatever. You call all Arabs bad or whatever it is you guys do. You don't learn from Lawrence of Arabia. You don't learn from fucking World War II. You don't learn from the Cold War. Russia doesn't like you anymore, and that's a really, really fucking bad problem because Russia really used to love us, believe it or not. The only reason Russia used to fuck with us so much is they had a fascination with us. They were like, well, we need some kind of partnership with you, and we're going to work with you, and we're going to try and love you no matter what. And they did. They've been very, 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 very patient with us. And we've been very, very shitty to them, and they've been very, very shitty to us, and they scared the living shit out of us way back in the age of V.I. Lenin, when they were really, really promising to drop a nuclear bomb on New York City. They were like promising it. They were like, hold on, the bomb's coming, guys. Chill the fuck out. It'll fall tomorrow. Don't worry. They were like literally like that. So we were like, don't do it, Joe. Don't do it, Joe. Oh, Joe, don't drop that bomb, Joe. We wrote all this American folklore music that's in our Library of Congress now, but don't drop the bomb, Joe. This is the terrible, terrible fucking shit that we have. The relationship that we have with Russia is we have our American folk singers in the last 100 years begging Joseph Stalin, not V.I. Lenin, but he did it too. But Joseph Stalin, right? Begging Joseph Stalin not to drop the bomb on us on our top 40 radio and shit like this. That's what will happen again in this century too. We'll be begging fucking Putin not to drop the goddamn bomb on us because we have not been treating them with the respect that they are due. They are one of the biggest world fucking powers, and we think that we put them over our fucking knee all the time. But no, Putin has bent over. Putin or someone like him, or like Boris Yeltsin or somebody like that, has bent over every fucking American president for the last 50 years. We have got no concessions from them. We've had nothing from them. Nothing. We've gained nothing from Russia in the last 50 years. Name something. Other than a better relationship, I would say. That's it. We're not at Cold War relationships with them right now, but it's kind of close like that. It's sort of scary. They don't like us because we constantly fuck with them, because we have this weird fucking, like I said, like South Park joke. We have this weird Steve Irwin fucking, and it's a Steve Irwin. There's a reason I'm using this fucking metaphor. We have this fucking Steve Irwin fucking like death wish to go stick our finger up some alligator's butthole and then watch while it bites our fucking head off. It's like literally what America does. I've never understood it. It's what we did with Germany and Hitler. It's what we did with the Japanese. It's what we did with Pearl Harbor. It's what we did with Afghanistan. It's what we do with weapons of mass destruction and fucking what's his name, Hassan Hussein, Saddam Hussein. I don't ever hear a single American politician ever speaking with passion like they know what the world history even is. I'm not sure Trump even knows what the Cold War is, or he never ever would have even spoken to Putin. Russia is our friends only because we don't talk to each other much. You ever had a friendship like that? Almost like a pen pal. They're not really your friend because they're not really in your life. We don't really fuck with them. They don't really fuck with us. They don't come over here to Los Angeles. We don't go over there to Moscow, and never the twain shall meet. And we have a really good relationship with them most of the fucking time. We actually do. I would call it good because we don't nuke each other, and we constantly threaten to nuke each other. We're terrified of each other, but we have a good relationship. We're like the two dads in the apartment complex, and you have a Hatfield McCoy thing, and you're the paterfamilias from each clan, and yeah, you could kill each other, but if you kill each other that all your kids are going to kill each other too, so you don't. You know what I'm saying? And that's the situation that we have with Russia. They like us, but we constantly fuck with them for no fucking reason. We do stuff like back Ukraine. What did he do? Even Hassan Abi choked on this one and damn near lost his reputation and damn near got canceled by all the liberals and stuff when he understood and fucked up, when he fucked up and he misunderstood that he didn't think that Putin would have the balls to sack Ukraine. But I mean, Putin has the balls to do anything. They've got nothing left to lose after all of the fucking times that all of the fucking world has fucking tried to sack them. They're just like Afghanistan. They've got nothing left to lose. They really don't. All of their fucking politicians were corrupt. All of their military is corrupt. I don't know if you ever saw that movie Lord of War, but that was about all of the Russian generals selling off all of their fucking ammunition stockpile, all of it, in like 1981 or something like that. They just sold off all the bullets, all the warheads,